Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast The Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hello, everyone, and I'm sorry I'm late. I was eating dinner because, well, Easter.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, you were technically on time for the show itself, so. Yeah. And this is why my family eats kind of early. I hope everyone's actually having a good Easter, too, so.
Yeah,
And I,
it was nice. There was a little bit of candy, and I got some new shirts and a new pair of boots because my mom found them really, really cheap. It was like $3 $3 a shirt, so I got like 5 of them, and then like
mm,
a pair of boots that probably would have been like $40 normally wound up being like $16. So
right.
it was a good day.
Um, Yeah, and in case I forgot, I am your host. Last time I want to be the brainstorm of pop culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am doing well. Although there's a part of me that wants to be in a food coma right now because food.
I could get that though. I ate my dinner around like 4 or 5, I believe. Well, no, it actually would have been around 3, I think.
Hmm.
Yeah. Uh. Oh, and if Dragon Turtle is in the comments, not sure if he is or not. I actually just started reading something he had recommended to me called Worm, which is it's a superhero uh, online novel series, or just a
Hmm.
full on, just one novel, I believe. Not
Now
fully.
the Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I haven't gone deep into it. I've only hit the first interlude of it, like today, but I am enjoying it right now, and it does seem like I'm gonna keep on reading it.
Now the remaining hurdle is to finally get you into Dresden Files.
One thing at a time, Dalton. One team at a time. So we do have I'm not gonna lie, we have things packed for this week and next week.
Yeah.
A lot of things. I'm not gonna spoil anything, obviously, but yeah. But again, I do want to say thank you, Giant Turtle, for uh, uh, putting me in the direction of Worm, because I am enjoying it so far.
And after he finishes that, the remaining thing will be to get him into Dresden. In chains
Plus,
if necessary.
plus, there's like a bunch of movies everyone's been recommending me.
Which would be what I don't
I
remember any that I've recommended you recently, so I'm confused.
I was just talking about the overall list that we've been going over for like 5 years,
Hmm.
though I don't remember a damn one of them.
Hmm. I was gonna say because I'm pretty sure I haven't recommended you any recently, except maybe Nefarious. That one I remember recommending relatively recently because it's a movie that came out last year.
Yeah, I think it was a few months back, or like January, I think.
But yes, in the interim between you finishing Worm and whatever you do next, you need to read Dresden Files. Especially because I can get you the audiobooks for the Dresden Files for free.
Uh, right. Okay, so article we're gonna be doing is hold on. Uh, is the last Sweet Baby article. Hello, Dragon Turtle. All right. Yeah. Um. Again, so just so you're aware, because I don't know if you caught it before, but yeah, I started reading Worm, per your suggestion. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm not like I said before. I don't know if you catch it, but I I'm just at the first interlude right now, and it just seems really. I'm invested, so I'll keep reading and let you know what I think of it.
And the next hurdle will be to get him into Dresden Files.
Though I will say this, just from like the first, I guess technically 6 chapters I've read, which are actually really short comparatively, to other things I've read. I kind of wish it got some form of adaptation because I know it was released in 2013, like almost 10 years ago. No, a little over 10 years ago.
Jesus Christ.
I kind of wish it got some. It feels like it should be some type of like high budget streaming show.
And sooner or later, it probably will get one. Although,
It's an
actually, no.
independent.
I would rather they adapt Worm before they adapt Dresden, because Dresden's probably more difficult to adapt, even with
Well, okay.
augmentation by AI
The,
and stuff.
the main issue, I think. Thank you. Um, the God damn it, I was losing my. The main issue I think people with like trying to adapt Worm one is because it is. Well, I'm not gonna say it's super extensive. It's an independent thing, especially like it got it. It's on the internet. It was where it started, and no one really ever takes that. Like a lot of like the old guard of stuff don't really take that shit seriously.
Which company doesn't have an established superhero universe? Because I mean, I know Netflix tried to get one with Jupiter's Legacy, which, by the way, they should definitely continue adapting the Millarverse.
That's
It's a travesty that
seriously,
they haven't, but
dude. Seriously, that absolutely. That show was a lot better than anyone really gives it credit for.
yeah,
But
I don't know why everyone slept on Jupiter's Legacy. Jupiter's Legacy was awesome, but
yeah.
irrespective of that, I don't think they currently have a superhero universe to play with. So if
Though,
Netflix
granted, here's
wanted
the
to buy,
thing. From what I understand of Worm, and feel free to fact check me, Dragon Troll, because it seems like you're the one that's most knowledgeable here. Um, apparently it's supposed to be like darker than the boys,
yeah.
which
So maybe in keeping with their dark superhero branding, maybe Amazon should take a crack at it because they have
eh,
both the boys and Invincible.
again, I don't know. I honestly feel like it would have to be.
I'm just going off of, okay, this is very clearly a at least superhero adjacent universe. So we just need to find someone who doesn't already have a superhero universe to play with and have them shell out all the money for it. And the good news, if Amazon decides to take a crack at it, is Amazon has very, very, very deep pockets, and they do have a track record for doing dark superhero stuff reasonably well, vis-a-vis The Boys and Invincible. So if Amazon wanted to take a crack at it, they would probably be the people to want to take a crack at it. Although I would still wait about 10 years, give or take, to let CGI and or like AI and or visual effects, etc., to ramp up a little bit more.
Okay. Okay, Giant Turtle, haven't read The Boys. I was more referring to the show than anything. But Deaf
The
Dark
show is
definitely.
actually better. It's quite a significant improvement on the comics. because the comics basically just exist to whine why heroes are dumb and stupid and evil. Whereas the Boys TV show
Um,
is at least more intelligent about the way they go about their nihilism, even though it's still friends in a nihilistic direction. Although, in fairness, like not as completely nihilistic as they could go. For example, the moments when they show Homelander's traumatized child side, and or the moments where they show people like Soldier Boy actually having something resembling an honor code, probably not something that would have happened in the comics, but actually make the show more interesting and also sufferable rather than the comics, which are mostly insufferable.
yeah. No, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, to be fair, they're only in the first season, and there's a lot of things. I mean, to be fair, Invincible is never really like super dark because ultimately it is actually
A fairly optimistic setting, all things considered.
yeah, and honestly,
It
that
just
kind of
it just doesn't pull its punches when situations would result in characters getting the shit beat out of them. They get the shit beat out of them
yeah.
in quite graphic detail. But yeah, Invincible is better than The Boys, full stop, both show and comic. I think
No.
Invincible succeeds to do a lot of what The Boys only thinks it was trying to do or wishes it was trying to do.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anyway, we're gonna do the Verge article. We're probably gonna have to do only half of this, and then the rest. I mean, it's not. I looked it over. It's not technically super long, but it's still pretty long.
Yeah, it depends on how many sidebars and how long it takes us, which
It's us.
I would
So
I wouldn't hold your breaths if I were you folks. But
yeah.
anyway, moving on.
All right. So yeah, this was originally from TheVerge.com, published March 18th, 2024, published by Ash Parrish. The return of Gamergate is smaller and sadder. A group of gamers has mobilized a harassment campaign forced diversity in gaming. Dalton?
You broke up a little bit there. What was I? Did he break up for anyone in the chat, or was that just a my internet connection thing?
That might have been me. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Let me start over again.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, originally from TheVerge.com, The Return of Gamergate is smaller and sadder, written by Ash Parrish and published March 18th, 2024. The subheader is a group of gamers has mobilized a harassment campaign against a story consulting company, marginalized developers, and journalists in protest of what they see as forced, in air quotes, diversity in gaming.
Okay, one, you can't harass a company. You can harass private individuals. You cannot harass institutions. Not even in Dev's most not even in Short Fat Otaku's most normative institutionalism fever dreams can you harass institutions. Two, the harassment, as you call it, started when the people within Sweet Baby Inc. tried to harass the person who made the list and get them booted off of Steam. So if we're to take this seriously as a quote-unquote harassment campaign, I will point out that you, the people of and supporting Sweet Baby Inc., very much started the harassment first. Not to mention that your harassment actually does qualify as harassment because your harassment was targeted at the reputation and access of an individual rather than an institution. Because to reiterate, you cannot harass institutions. Ever. End of discussion. It is categorically impossible to harass institutions. Only individuals can be harassed. And the fact that you want to treat an entire institution, an entire corporation, as though it is a private individual with private individual's agency and emotions is frankly moralistic, censorious, and childish. If I'm being entirely honest with you. Moving on.
Yep. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still reading Worm as you're talking because it is hard to not read it. It's actually, I'm sorry. It's just like it's getting me.
I'm
really
just
don't-
hoping that when you finally get into Dresden, you treat it with the same level of devotion. Although, in fairness, you will have a lot longer to work with Dresden because there are what are we up to? 17 novels in the main series and then 2 short story compilations. Anyway, moving on.
Dragon Turtle does bring this up. I'd say you can harass institutions. It's what the left does all the time to try and get people fired. Groups / collectors can also be harassed.
Oh, okay, but here's the thing. They try to use their alleged moral authority to take control of institutions. Taking control of something is not necessarily harassment. I will give it to them. I would more so go with the option of you cannot harass an institution. You can individually harass the people in a given institution, for example, trying to cancel a CEO or an executive or something, or trying to get someone HR tack theored out of existence, but you cannot harass an institution. And I will brook no dissent on this. You cannot harass an institution. Institution is something we reserve for individuals with agency and or human emotions. Institutions do not contain these, therefore they cannot be harassed. Anyway, moving on.
All right. The Discord server at the center of Gamergate 2.0 is, in some respects, like any other online community. While I was there, I observed people talking about their day, their jobs, and their interests. Its members streamed themselves playing Bejeweled and showed off their personal video game development projects. But one chat room over, the server was filled with racist memes, sexist and ableist slurs, anti-Semitic messages, and incitations of violence against women and people of color. And at the center of, hold on, just one more sentence. Sorry. And at the center of it was one video game narrative development company, Sweet Baby Inc.
Again, companies cannot be victims, institutions cannot be victims. Largely because institutions are frankly more commonly to be victimizers. That's why I have absolutely zero trust for institutions. I have an immense amount of intellectual charity for individuals, but I will brook no empathy for institutions. An institution's job is to function meritocratically, and if it fails to do so, then that institution may just as safely be burnt to the fucking ground, as far as I'm concerned. That is what separates me from the short fat otakus of this world. I am a center left wing person. I am not a normative institutionalist. Anyway, moving on.
All right. The growing group of people want to, sorry. Okay. The growing group of people want to believe themselves a new incarnation of Gamergate. Harassment campaign.
Sorry, I'm going to have to take issue with this. Because there is a yes and no aspect to this, in which no one within the people who take issue with Sweet Baby Inc., I think, would have a problem being called Gamergate 2. In fact, most people who have been tack-theored with that label have gone shed yes to that label. However, the error, the false half of the syllogism that I'm taking issue with is they didn't set out to call themselves Gamergate 2, nor did they try to take up the mantle of Gamergate 2. And here's the other false part of the syllogism. You want to believe, I think, in your heart of hearts, that Gamergate ended at some point, but the fact of the matter is, it mostly didn't. Like it decentralized. It broke off into factions. It expanded into other areas that were also being ideologically occupied under the rubric of social justice, and therefore needed to be opposed in a similar manner. And many of the people involved in Gamergate went their ideological separate ways. Some of them going more of a Voshite direction. Some of them going more of a traditionalist direction. Some of them staying in the like center left lane that birthed Gamergate in the first place, and then again, some of them hog fucking all the way over to norms and institutions are my god, and this is this is an irrelevant controversy that we amused ourselves with one summer and is not important. That's the the Mr. Medica method. But yeah, despite the fact that Gamergate begat many things, and its various, instigators and personalities may have gone in various different directions or may have focused on various different aspects of what could broadly be termed the anti-SJW culture war. Gamergate never ended. There was no point where Gamergate was dissolved and everyone went, well, we either won or lost. You won't be needing us anymore. No, most of the people who were direct contributors to the original Gamergate are still around, still broadly speaking, doing the same thing and opposing much of the same ideology. They just are doing it from different facets and angles, and or they might be focusing on comics instead of games, or they might be focusing on Star Wars instead of games, or they might be focusing on Lord of the Rings instead of games. But it's all very much part and parcel of the same thing, as any SJW could well tell you, because at the same time SJWs wormed their way into the gaming industry, and in particular the game media industry, they also wormed their way into both of the big two comic book companies, and into just about every sci-fi, fantasy, or geek, nerd, or genre fiction IP they could possibly worm their way into, to varying degrees of effectiveness, largely because as soon as SJWs went in SJWing, an anti-SJW grassroots sentiment rose up around them, and in some sense became either a continuation of or an extension of the ethos of Gamergate. But it never really went away. Anyway, moving on.
As Giant Turtle said a few minutes ago, they also do things like blow up company phones and social media, harass employees to target the institution, let people access their properties, etc. Because institutions are more commonly victimizers. That is communist privilege. Privileged cannot be oppressed logic. I feel those are two very different things.
Okay. I may have misspoke. What I mean is that institutions themselves are not entities and therefore cannot be recipients of harassment. Individuals within them can, or particular organs of an institution might be under fire, but even them being under fire, I wouldn't necessarily call harassment, just like I wouldn't call the storming of the Bastille harassing the building. I wouldn't go so far as to say that the storming of the Bastille could have also been called the harassment of the Bastille, because that implies a kind of personification that, unless you're dealing with some kind of genus loci type shit, is nonsensical in this context. Unless someone wants to evoke for me and summon the spirit of whatever gaming company or whatever fast food joint or whatever company you want, and show me, yes, this company has a genus loci, I am not going to assent to the idea that a institution can be harassed. Like, if someone summons up the spirit of Uncle Sam and shows me that the spirit of America itself feels harassed, I will not acquiesce to the assumption that you can harass the US government, for example. Doesn't mean you can harass the people in it or that you can't seek to harass them, but you can seek to harass something that can't be harassed all you want, but it still can't be harassed. You can try to morally shame a log into catching fire, but unless you're Granny freaking Weatherwax, that is not going to happen.
All right.
Anyway, moving on.
Giant turtle. So you're saying that harassment requires emotions. I'm talking about when people frustrate something's normal oppression, be it human or otherwise.
I assume he meant operation, and that was a typo,
Oh.
or an autocorrect fail, or you just misread. But
Like
yeah, I
harassing
don't.
as a military tactic.
I don't consider trying to throw a monkey wrench into the works of an institution to be harassing it. I consider it an attempt to throw a monkey wrench into its works. Just like I don't consider someone putting a crowbar in the middle of a train's wheels as it's trying to go down the tracks to be harassing the train. I consider it to be impeding the function of the train, because objects can have their functions impeded, beings can be harassed. They aren't the same thing. Again, unless you want to pull some genus loci type shit, which is broadly possible, but no one in this instance is mystically literate enough to do that. No one is going to literally call up the spirit of a train before throwing a crowbar into its wheels and say, if you don't give us what we want, we're going to throw a wrench into your wheels. No, that's not going to work.
Because you opened the floodgates here, I'm now thinking, what would a genus loci of a train look like?
A gremlin, probably. That's essentially what gremlins are. They're little
Really? Because depending on the, I mean, okay. So I have two ideas of how I myself would picture a genus loci, depending on what thing it is summoned from, right?
Mm-hmm.
Train-wise, obviously, if we're talking like old-timey train, more than likely someone who operated a train like that. I can't remember what they're called.
An engineer.
I don't want to say. I don't. Thank you.
Conductor?
I don't know why I was thinking. I was going to say conductor, but that didn't feel right because that is more so with like passengers and like the passenger trams, carts.
Yes.
There's a okay.
Streetcar.
Well, no, streetcar is I think is different than a because from what I understand, streetcars are. Do genus loci have to be for locations/objects? Could they be organizations or more information based like the internet?
Well, I mean, the notion of, like, for example, the spirit of a country, like the animating spirit / organizing intelligence of a country, like Britannia for the United Kingdom, Columbia or Libertas for America, etc. Uncle Sam, maybe. Basically an aggregore of the intelligence of that country, or like the spirit of the land that codifies the difference between one country and another country. That could be a thing.
I don't know
when
why.
When you get into abstract things, you're probably more so dealing with a platonic construct, but that could, in theory, be a distinction without a difference if you're talking about something vast, abstract, and important enough. For example, I can't imagine that, for example, the spirit of America, be they the Columbia, be they Libertas, or be they Uncle Sam, wouldn't have as much power as a platonic construct at this point.
I actually do have a question, though. Okay, regarding genus loci of America, would there be one for each state?
In theory, you could even have some for large cities. Like, for example, I remember in a Constantine story that was adapted in the movie Constantine City of Demons, he literally got recruited by the genus loci of Los Angeles,
Right.
called herself Angela, which I guess makes sense.
Because if there's a genus loci of Florida, holy shit.
Oh dear, the Florida man jokes write themselves. Which is especially fucked up when you consider that would include the fucked up predatory nature of like swamps and all the intelligences of all the alligators that ever
To be fair,
existed in.
I mean, to be fair, considering modern America and the genus Loci would be summoned, that motherfucker would be both badass, psychotic, and incredibly fucking stupid.
Yes, and I don't even. Also, would the genus Loci of Florida be Hispanic? I wonder. Like, would it manifest as being Spanish? Because Florida was originally a colony of Spain. So
Yeah. That's a good question, actually. Huh.
yeah,
I feel like
these are probably more important and more philosophical questions than are germane to this particular article. But my point is, unless you're dealing with an entity that has a mind and something reminiscent of like agency and or emotions, no harassment is occurring. So
Okay.
unless you're mystically savvy enough to wake up the like spirit of a corporation before you try and attack it, I don't acquiesce to the notion that companies can be harassed. Individuals within them most certainly can, but this is what I think is so funny about this. The people who are claiming that Gamergate 2 is quote unquote harassing Sweet Baby Inc. probably do not now, nor will they ever believe in genus loci as a concept, and they still want to claim victimhood on the behalf of a company.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm sorry, we are down a rabbit hole right now. We'll get back to the article, Dalton. But
I apologize for throwing the mystical wrench into it, but I didn't want to say that it would be impossible for a company to be harassed because of the fact of genus loci and things of that nature.
But anyway, the loci of Florida might be mixed race to represent the different aspects. I would concede to that, Giant Turtle. I'm also expecting like genus loci depending. They could kind of a similar thing of like how gods are depicted and like they kind of change depending on who views them, I would say.
Well, yeah, they would manifest differently depending on who was trying to interact with them at any given point.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. You would have at least some of the Spanish leftovers from when it was colonized by the Spanish. You might even have some like Native American or like Mesoamerican remnants because of all that time that it would have been inhabited by Native Americans and Mesoamericans of various different kinds.
Sorry, I know we're digging the hole even further, but would there be
this is the kind of conversation that I like having and I don't get to have often. So by all means, it is a little bit non-germane to the article.
So we've talked about like just full on for the whole state of genus loci. We've talked possibility of even genus loci for certain cities, right?
In theory, there might even be one for like towns and things. It wouldn't be particularly potent or like it wouldn't be as codified and organized. I wouldn't think. Although,
sorry,
where the genus loci of like mountains and rivers end and the genus loci of the overarching land begins is a very pedantic and interesting question that I don't think anyone has time for.
Giant Turtle said, I forgot to read the other two before the one I just read. If Uncle Sam is platonic concept level, I'm going to assume that's what the absolute fuck would an interstellar / galactic empire's loci, I assume, have.
That would be difficult to do in the first place because it would be hard to maintain a consistent like ethos, a consistent spirit over the course of an entire galaxy. I suppose it could be done, but I would think that each planet would more likely have its own genus loci at that point, rather than an entire galaxy or an entire galactic empire being one. Unless we're dealing with like a dire raise from Rom the Space Knight situation, in which case maybe the hypothetical mystical spacefaring empire could make a unifying genus loci to make their lives easier, but that would be.
Would we be seeing priests of Super America performing legitimate miracles?
This would have to be in a future that was far more like magically literate than where we currently find ourselves. Because here's the thing: I have looked for information on genus loci. Yes, partially at least motivated by Demon Reach. Blah 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 blah. But but I have looked for information on how to work with and engage with genus loci. There isn't much. It's not to say there isn't any, because there are books on animistic magic, and it seems to be an idea whose time has come, because a lot of books are being written and have been announced on the topic of animism. But as far as like specifically working with the genus loci of a place, it's essentially something you would have to homebrew. And I'm not sure how competent I would be at homebrewing it, which is why I haven't. Like, for example, I thought about trying to conjure up a genus loci for my house, but I haven't attempted such a thing yet, and I'm probably not going to until I know more about the particulars of how the
Right.
fuck to engage in such a thing.
Hello, Jonah. Good to see you. They asked, "What did I come to?" Uh, yeah,
The
officially, we were talking about like our last Sweet Baby article from The Verge, but it kind of has devolved, like Dragon Troll
Okay,
said.
so I will summarize what just happened. The Verge is claiming victimhood on the behalf of a company, to which my rather hard-line response was, a company cannot be harassed. But then the magical part of my nature kicked in, and I was like, wait, I suppose you could hypothetically harass a company if you went through the process of waking up some kind of genus loci for that company and then went on harassing that spirit. I suppose it could be done. And that led us into a conversation on genus loci and the particulars thereof. So that's how we wound up on this particular
I'll be fully honest. I do
tangent.
not want a genus for the house I'm currently in. I do not. Well, my childhood house. I do not want a genus loci here.
It would, yeah. Some things are probably better left sleeping, more or
Yeah,
less.
like let's just say if these walls could talk. Yeah.
I mean, my house is very much of the same vein. There have been a lot of fights and arguments here over the years. That being said, um, as part of the terms of my bargain with Mab, I opened the door for her to be here whenever she wishes to be, for her to be welcome into my home as often as she wishes to be. So any genus loci that tried to raise hell in this house would have to deal with the fact that in a vassal to queen sort of way, it is under the protection of Queen Mab. So good luck beating your fist on that particular set of blast doors, hypothetical genus loci of this house.
all right. Yeah, Jonah. I do want to hear a funny thing. And Giant Troll asks, "What if a genus loci ate another loci?"
It's possible. In fact, in some circumstances, I suppose it would even be likely. For example, if you tried to conquer a location and like restructure or reformat it, I imagine it would essentially end up doing some kind of surgery to the genus loci, especially if you did it deliberately and consciously. Like if you explicitly brought a genus loci with you and told it to attack the current genus loci, that could be possible. Um, as to what would happen to the building thereafter, I guess it would depend on the intent of the person doing the conjuring. But that's, again, we have gone so far afield of the actual point of the thing.
Jonah, my friend told me to stop trying to get into the higher realms of gods when I dream. They asked him to tell me to stop. Huh.
The gods are just like, no, restraining order. That's funny.
See, I honestly imagine that's more with Dalton, to be fair.
Hey, in my defense, the only entity that I have gone out of my way to explicitly try and contact was Mab, and that was under the context of offering her a bargain, which she appears to have taken. So I don't harass most things.
I mean, sometimes, like, Don, I'm just Uh,
I do sometimes. I do quite often invoke the angel Raziel, but he seems not to mind that. So
what?
there's that.
That's the angel of magic, right? Or secrets.
Yes, it is the angel of the secrets of God, Raziel.
Okay. I pay attention to stuff. Plus, I'm doing research on Christian mythos. Well, Christo-Judaic.
Hmm.
Is it the Abrahamic faiths? Because there's actually a lot of
Yeah.
really interesting stuff that no one ever covers in church. I've just now realized.
Yeah, you could write many, many books, and in fact, many, many people have about all the shit that probably should be in the Bible somewhere, but isn't because the Bible was originally meant to essentially be a pamphlet for preaching to the lowest common denominator. But
Okay.
that's another whole level deep of not germane to the topic. So, as interesting as it is, it will have to be for another time.
Well, the thing is that I don't try and just end up in their area when I just dream and then go back to my dream so I can just have a decent sleep.
Uh, I mean, there are ways to root yourself a little more so that you don't go wandering so much, Jonah, if you want. Um,
I am so glad I don't do magic.
yeah, shit's complicated. The world is complicated, and everyone should know that by now, but most people don't, because most people are too busy with their normalcy bias to ever actually realize what the fuck is going on around them. But that's a rant for a different day.
I just don't want to piss anything off. Because, oh, me, I piss people off. It's just kind of my vibe. I don't know why I do, but I do.
Uh, it must be said that in all the time I've known you, I don't think you've ever risen to the level of pissing me off.
I just get
That
annoyed.
being
I
that
get annoyed.
being said, there are some entities that you probably shouldn't just walk up and be you because that wouldn't go well. But I can't foresee you. I can't foresee something becoming so irreversibly pissed off with you that it's like, okay, you must be smited now.
I'm just not taking the chance, man. I don't want to take the chance.
I mean,
Anyway,
this is also fair. But anyway, moving
yeah.
along.
A growing group of people want to believe themselves an incarnation of Gamergate. A harassment campaign started in 2014, that's 10 years ago, that targeted women speaking out against misogyny in the video games industry. Back then, the harassers used obfuscated skating tactics, cloaking their oftentimes violent harassment in the veneer of legitimate complaint. Social media gave a platform to those legitimate complaints while the games industry itself remained largely silent, allowing the movement to grow into a mini tentacled behemoth that bolstered the ranks of the alt-right movements that plague our political landscape to this day.
Okay, first of all, they didn't harass anyone in any meaningful way. Secondly, the people they did interact with in a critical manner, which I think is a more honest and reflective way of describing it, were ideologically possessed feminists and other assorted adherents of social justice. And I hate to break this to you, but arguing with individual women does not denote a hatred of all women, and hence is not misogyny. Especially not if you're arguing with someone's stated and publicly adhered to opinions. Especially not when said person is seeking ideological and moral sway over entire industries. You cannot harass an industry, but very evidently you can enslave it.
Uh, so to clarify, Giant Troll, the weird thing is, like, when I talk to, like, people, sometimes I think apparently I come across as being rude or an asshole, even when I'm not trying to be.
In fairness, I think a lot of that might be self-deprecation coming from your own head because you've never come across that way to me. If anything, you come off as a bit of a cinnamon roll, as I have often reminded you.
I don't know. It's just like apparently people think when I talk, it sounds like I'm being rude or something.
I think because a lot of people find you intimidating for whatever reason.
Yeah, I doubt that. I'll be fully honest, man.
I mean, it doesn't really make much sense to me either, knowing you as well as I know you, but it does seem to be the through line that for some reason you come off as intimidating, and therefore people in people interpret your high energy or excitedness as rudeness for whatever reason. If it's any consolation, I don't know of many entities that would interpret your personality that way, especially not because entities have a tendency to know more about a person than they know about themselves, but that's neither here nor there. Most of the entities that I know that you would actually conceivably vibe with would probably just find you cute in the oh look at the little mortal, it's being adorable sort of way.
Okay. Uh, but this okay. Back to the article. But this time, instead of assembling under the false banner of ethics and journalism, this new campaign has chosen wokeism and Sweet Baby as the focus of their grievances. The result has been a wave of bigoted harassment targeting marginalized developers, journalists, and gamers. On social media, the employees of Sweet Baby are subject to a deluge of death threats. Developers who've spoken out in support of Sweet Baby are faced with a similar treatment, with several making their accounts private in an attempt to stem the tide of abuse. Journalists reporting on the story have become subject to the same harassment they're covering. The resulting
Uh,
frenzy has been amplified by major actors in the right-wing media sphere, including libs of TikTok, Matt Walsh, and Miles Cheong, if I say them wrong, I'm sorry, and Elon Musk.
okay, one, your definition of right wing makes no sense and is incoherent. Two, um, it's not that Gamergate 2 isn't about ethics in journalism or ethics in games journalism. It's that it, in addition to that, acknowledges the cultural occupation of the ideology of social justice. And that's the thing. It's not that Gamergate 2 is substantively different from Gamergate 1. It's that Gamergate 1 didn't realize quite the scale or scope of the problem. Whereas most of the people involved in Gamergate 2 are the same fucking people who were involved in Gamergate 1 and have never ceased their opposition to social justice, even though they might have ceased their particular method of opposing social justice, mostly for the worse, if I'm entirely honest, because like a third of what was once Gamergate went all Voshite, a third of what was once Gamergate went full Tradcon in various ways, be they the sort of deconstructionalist um, academic agent variant, or the straight up straight up traditional conservatism did nothing wrong division of, for example, the podcast The Lotus Eaters. And some people, even the ones that stayed on the vaguely center left libertarian side of things, got way too addicted to normative institutionalism. Cough, cough, Dev. But even so, most of the people involved in Gamergate 2 are the same people who were involved or were brought into the sphere by people who were involved with Gamergate 1. It's just that they have had 10 years to get their act together a little bit more. And despite the fact that they have ideologically diversified quite considerably, many of them losing the plot in the process, they are more experienced now as to how to counter the ethical breaches of something like the first Gamergate was concerned with. And the thing is, and this is where you're tripping up, you think they've changed their position from ethics in games journalism to anti-social justice, but if you actually remembered or engaged with actual Gamergate back in the day, you would know that when people went investigating what the hell was causing the ethical breaches in the games industry, they found that those ethical breaches were the result of social justice. So it's less abandoning ethics in games journalism in favor of anti-social justice. It is in fact more so advocating for ethics in games journalism or in culture or in institutions or in whatever through the means of opposing social justice. Also, once again, the thing people are, by and large, I'm not saying there are no idiots who can't differentiate between ideas and identity, but they are vanishingly rare in comparison to the people who are not attacking the identity but are in fact attacking the ideology. The reason you think that that is them, quote unquote, attacking marginalized voices is because you conflate the ideology with the identity, i.e., according to you and people like you can't be gay without being LGBTQ. You can't be black without supporting capital B blackness TM and supporting things like Black Lives Matter and Antifa. You can't be disabled without being part of critical ableism theory, etc. And so, like you people conflate the identity and the ideology, and then very often people both of the identity and not of the identity tell you that the identity and the ideology are not the same fucking thing, and you need to stop using people with an identity as a human shield for an ideology, especially when that ideology is not representative of them. And you tell them, well, actually, you tell them two different things. You tell the people who aren't of any given identity that they are racist, sexist, whatever ist, or whatever phobia you need to accuse them of to morally invalidate them. And then you turn around and you tell the people of those identities who happen to oppose the ideology, people who are black, gay, disabled, what have you, but also don't support the ideology, don't support the academic framework. And you tell them that they secretly hate themselves and have Stockholm syndrome, and that the ideology comes first before the actual people. And at that point, you convey to most people that you are an ideologically possessed cunt who needs to be told to get the fuck out, which people then usually end up doing, and you internalize it as harassment because of and only because of the fact that you can't conceive of any opposition to your worldview or your framework as valid or even morally permissible, let alone necessary and consistent. Which is the position of an ideologically possessed moron. You can be wrong, and you need to listen to people who tell you that you are wrong. And if you refuse to because you are somehow morally sacrosanct, then people will simply tell you to get the fuck out then. If you won't be reasoned with, if you won't be argued with, if you won't receive any commentary or criticism in a way that you don't immediately invalidate, then your opinion is moot and you need to leave. Moving on.
Da, 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 the things they say in our inboxes is the most evil stuff you've ever seen in your life, said David Bedard, co-founder and COO of Sweet Baby.
Provide the evidence. Provide the receipts. Provide the data. Provide the screenshots. Don't just say, I have faced something truly malevolently evil. Demonstrate it through evidence and receipts or GTFO.
In an interview with The Verge, the harassment campaign against Sweet Baby echoes the Gamergate movement of 10 years ago, once again targeting women, people of color, and journalists in the game industry. But this time the events are playing out differently. Developers and gamers are pushing back, affirming that the kind of diversity these people rail against is here to stay. Okay, may I? Okay, may
Go
I say
ahead.
something to that last thing? Because I feel like you have a whole dissertation to say with that.
I do, but go ahead.
Um,
By all means, you have the floor.
yeah. Okay, so the kind of diversity that I would say most people that like
Hmm.
us being different, being defined as I and Dalton and our viewers, of course,
Hmm.
um, are not against diversity because let's be honest, I am sure everyone here is actually fairly diverse. Um,
That would be a bit of an understatement. I'm pretty sure between the two of us we have a full house of diversity credentials.
I'm primarily Hispanic, though, as Dalton has so lovingly attached this title to me. I am also a mutt in terms I have various different ethnicities tied to me through my lineage. Um, no, wait, what's the word? It's not lineage because that would imply after me. Um,
No, lineage is correct.
okay,
It can mean before, but
uh,
yeah,
um,
you're also working class.
I'm also I would say mildly uh, over overweight. I'm working on it, uh,
Hmm.
but my point is that the kind of diversity that is being, I mean, I technically wouldn't say forced, but it feels forced because it never feels um, organic. That's kind of the issue that I personally would say for myself, and I'm not sure if anyone agrees. Say so or don't. You know,
I will get into my take on this when you're done because, as you say, I have a bit of a dissertation to unload on it.
um, but the main issue is it never seems organic. It never seems like it's more or less it's just fluff. It's curtain dressing or window dressing
Hmm.
for it. It's shallow. It's vapid. It.
Ideologically and academically motivated rather than tied to anything organic to the world.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Jonah. Unnatural diversity is what you were. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Um, so that's kind of the issue. And to be fair, I have seen a lot of shows and games and stuff that have, I guess, the opposite would be uh, natural diversity. I, I guess.
Implicit or natural diversity. Yeah,
Yeah,
which
and
I suppose that's another aspect of this. One of these is one of these is incidental and implicit. The other is ideologically motivated and explicit, which is a difference. But again, I am holding my peace until brainstormers done.
right, I guess final thing I can say is um, it's just never well like Jonas says. It isn't forced, but it isn't natural either. Um, it just it has no real substance to be in the story or whatever it is in, like whatever product, no, not product, medium or genre it's in.
It's entirely non-diegetic. It's entirely
Yeah.
enforced thematically from without.
Hmm. And yeah, I think that's pretty much what I can say on the matter in my simplistic terms.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask you to read it for me again because
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
remember everything I was gonna go into.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. Let me. Okay, the harassment campaign against Sweet Baby echoes the Gamergate movement of 10 years ago, once again targeting people of color, targeting women, people of color, and journalists in the games industry. But this time the events are playing out differently. Developers and gamers are pushing back, affirming that the kind of diversity these people rail against is here to stay.
Okay, point one, as I said, and as we went on a very lengthy uh, a very lengthy sidebar to establish. Unless you've got some very high-level mystical shenanigans going on involving genus loci or platonic constructs or something, companies cannot be harassed. At all, period. Definitionally, they cannot be harassed. Unless, again, you're dealing with some very particular genus loci and type shit. Secondly, we are not, for the most part, again, there will always be some people who are too stupid or too crazy to actually give a damn about the particulars of certain things, and that's unfortunately just going to be how it be. But as a general rule, as a gestalt, no one is taking issue with anyone's identity. What we're taking issue with is their ideological framework, their worldview, their Overton window, their context in which they see that identity. And it is fundamentally disturbing to a lot of us, especially those of us who are part of various different identities that would be in that list somewhere, that you can't tell the difference between a person's identity and the political worldview, framework, or ideology they are conscripted to apparently by default. Because here's the thing, there are women, diverse people, people of color, etc. in fucking Gamergate. Both of them. Either Gamergate 1 or Gamergate 2 or both. And one of the many reasons why those of us who have diversity credentials, like myself, I am gay, I am physically disabled in the form of spastic diaplegic cerebral palsy, and I am also of a religious minority, being a polytheistic occultist. But that's neither here nor there. Those of us who are diverse, who have those identity categories by definition, often tell the people who associate those identities with ideologies or political frameworks that those political frameworks are a external affectation of academia or critical theory or the post-Frankfurt School notion of like neo-Hegelian deconstructionalism, and they don't represent us. You can't conflate an ideology and an identity. It is a farce to say so. Moreover, the thing about this diversity of yours, and it's another aspect of identities and ideologies aren't the same fucking things, you morons. You want, or you appear to want, a diversity of identity, but a complete totalization, a complete totalitarian perspective when it comes to underlying ideas or ideologies, i.e., your ideal world, or the ideal world espoused by social justice in broad terms, is a world in which any given identity can be expressed, but only a very specific, very narrow, very rigid, very academically informed ideology can be, i.e., as is so often, the old phrase goes, or at least it has gone for the last 10 years, you appear to be interested in every diversity of decal or identity, but no diversity of thought whatsoever. You appear, in fact, to set those two types of diversity in opposition to each other. You think that diversity of identity is the opposite of diversity of thought, framework, or worldview. And when people tell you that not only are they not in opposition, but moreover, if it's a choice between diversity of identity and diversity of thought, or diversity of framework, or diversity of worldview, most people, including the people who are allegedly diverse, would rather a world in which everyone has a different conceptual framework and the same identity than a world in which everyone has different identities, different decals, as I occasionally flippantly refer to them as, and no diversity of thought, no difference in worldview, framework, or conception, which is just wrong and stupid and silly. And moreover, again, for the I believe third time now, most people don't even see identities as some kind of collective. Most people many people within the universe see people first and foremost as unique individuals with their own unique personalities, interests, frameworks, worldviews, etc. And this appears to be completely anathema to social justice. One, you have to be an identitarian collective. Two, that identitarian collective has to be insisted upon ideologically or sociopolitically and or morally. And three, anyone who would prefer diversity of framework, diversity of thought, diversity of worldview over diversity of identity, but unitarianism of ideology is the devil, is the enemy. And I don't believe that. And most of the people that I know, be they quote unquote diverse or not, don't agree with that. I would rather live in a world where everyone has the same decal but different software than a world in which everyone has different decals but the same software. If it's all the same to you.
Okay, Dragon Turtle. I personally think we need to refocus, if not abolish, the idea of gender in the popular consciousness. It seems just there to be conflated with sex or prescribe how sexes should act. For example, the Tom/femboys should change how they act according to the right and transition on the left.
Yeah, the whole you can't be an individual person who happens to be masculine or happens to be feminine or happens to be somewhere completely different or happens to be all of the above or happens to be neither. Like
Right.
it's weirdly traditionalistic, coming mostly from people who hate traditionalism with a burning passion.
Dragon Turtle does agree with you, by the way. He said the same. People are varied enough, and you don't need to consider trends with individuals. Oh, and I was catching the stuff you said, Jonah, and yeah, again, I agree. Gender is a spectrum, if I'm being honest, and has been proven that it is a spectrum and not a set thing.
And that's fair enough. But have you noticed that very often it is the most hardcore trender types that want essentially very strict gender traditionalism as a one off example? And I used this one off example the other day when I was arguing with my brother and my brother's friend. Have you noticed? And feel free to tell me no if you haven't noticed this. But I have noticed recently that trans women actually wear dresses more often than cis women do. Because most cis women just wear whatever they feel like wearing, and most of the time that's probably going to be jeans or khakis. In fact, I can't even remember the last time I saw a biological woman wearing a dress. However, you see cis women or you see trans women wearing dresses all the fucking time because on some level, a lot of trans women's definition of womanhood is very, very, very over the top flamboyant traditionalism. Like they're very strict with their genders to the point that if a trans woman sees a tomboy, she will insist that that tomboy is at least on the trans spectrum rather than just being an atypical presentation of a normal woman. And the same is true for femboys. A lot of trans trenders and trans activists see a femboy, see a twink, and go, he's so feminine, he might as well be a woman, therefore he probably is actually a trans woman. Which, aside from anything else, is a disturbing amount of gay and bisexual erasure rather than anything else. But more to the point, the overall point that I kind of lost the plot on is that it very much seems like trans women and trans men, a certain percentage of them, the ideological activist types, are actually very narrow and traditionalistic in terms of what they define man and woman to be, to the point that if you're a man who acts non-gender typical or acts, quote unquote unmasculine, you must be a trans woman. And if you're a woman who acts in some way tomboyish or non-feminine, you must secretly be a trans man. And it's kind of disturbing, actually.
So we're gonna probably do this for like another 30 minutes, like this article, and then move on.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Just for time's sake, because we got some like trailers and stuff to look at.
Mm.
And after speaking with Sweet Baby employees and spending time with their detractors, it's clear the goals of this harassment campaign are largely a reactionary backlash against trends in video games that cannot be meaningfully stopped. Okay.
Bold of you to assume that, considering that very often the gamer gates, be they 1 or 2, are actually more indicative of the grassroots player base, and therefore they're the ones who have the, oh yes, what's that thing called? Oh yes, money. When the grassroots of an industry refuse to engage with the institutions of that industry, one of two things is bound to happen eventually. Either that industry is going to have to fall the fuck in line and cater to their fucking customer base, or those companies will go out of business and be replaced by people who are willing to engage with their fan base as though they're not the scum of the earth.
Giant Turtle, a racer of gays, lesbians, bisexuals, autistics, introverts, tom/femboys, maybe nerds, and other misfits in what society has a cookie cutter for you. I assume I'm not sure
Cookie,
what.
yeah.
Oh, cookie cutter. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's just I autocorrect. I assume.
Typo.
Well, no, he
Typos
says
are
he's on
mid.
his phone. He says he's on his phone earlier, so
Yep, that happens.
yeah.
But yeah, I agree. It's bizarrely hyper strict norms and traditionalism, especially coming from people who allegedly oppose things like the gender binary. It's frighteningly disturbing because I remember a time, the late 90s and early 2000s, when people mostly just expressed their identity howsoever the fuck they wanted to, and most of the time, unless you were particularly like bizarre or out of pocket, nobody gave a damn. And even then, most of the time, the people who found things bizarre and out of pocket usually went, "Oh, it might be me. I might be out of touch." Which is the healthy reaction, by the way, when you're faced with something you don't understand. Do you A, kill it with fire or moral/normative fire, or B, do you try to learn more about it and understand what the fuck is going on? I have always operated on the assumption that the second one is probably the more sensible in most cases, unless actual harm is being done, in which case fuck that. But that's the very obvious proviso there.
So I'll read this and then we'll continue on. Well, actually, hold on. Do you want me to reread the thing? Because I don't think you actually did. Uh, did you cover the thing we just covered? Like I just read.
Yeah. Go ahead and go over it again so I can.
Okay. But this time the events are playing out differently. Developers and gamers are pushing back, affirming that the kind of diversity these people. I already read that. After speaking with the Sweet Baby employees and spending time with their detractors, it's clear the goals of this harassment campaign are largely a reactionary backlash against trends in video games that cannot be meaningfully stopped.
Okay, I think I did cover this, but just to recap, both of you to assume they quote can't be stopped, and I say that because for the most part, Gamergates 1 and 2 are both consumer revolts, i.e., the grassroots plebs, the people who actually consume the material, and sooner or later, companies either cater to their fan base, cater to their customer base, or they go bankrupt. And given how many allegedly untouchable institutions have gone very nearly bankrupt recently, I would caution you to reframe or recontextualize your assumption that these trends cannot possibly be stopped. Because that's a good way to get yourself on the wrong side of history, as people are so often fond of saying. When you think that your position is immovable and infallible, that's a very easy way of getting yourself marginalized to the point of irrelevance, which I shouldn't be helping you here because, as Napoleon once said, never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. But if you ever are willing to listen to me, yes, it might be a wrong. You might be operating on a false sense of security there, my friend, and it is most likely going to result in the end of you. Which, as
Um,
someone who's rooting for the end of you, I fully support this, I suppose. But
to be
you see how it
okay,
wouldn't be particularly helpful if I actually wanted to see you succeed.
we're back.
Yeah. I can't get over the smugness of that will things are never going back to the way they were or never changing blah 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 blah, and it's like, are you sure about that? Because most of the people you're arguing with are the people that have the money and or resources to keep you afloat, and eventually any revenue streams you have to the contrary are either going to smarten up and leave you or themselves go bankrupt. So there's that. It's like saying, it's like someone in the Middle Ages saying, "We will never move into this allegedly new enlightenment from the Dark Ages." Are you sure about that? Because it doesn't particularly seem like you're on the right side of history, if you like, in that instance. It's like fundamentalist Christians back in the day saying, "Well, these hedonistic atheists will just self-destruct and destroy themselves eventually." It's like, um, okay, but what about the ones that actually have, a point about how you're being overbearing and moralistic? What about those ones?
Okay, I'm back. Okay. Giant Turtle, there is a paradox where counterculture people often are really conformist to their counterculture groups, like the uniformity of goths, emos, and hipsters. Fun fact, I actually tried being I think it was either goth or emo when I was in middle school.
You talking
Mainly,
about your leather jacket phase?
yeah, I wore a leather jacket. One time I did it with a beanie, and I had fingerless motorcycle gloves. They were like Halloween costume thing. I wore those up until high school. Uh,
I think that would probably just fall under the category of wanting to be a thug or look like a thug. I don't know if it would necessarily fall under the category of goth or emo.
to be fair, a lot of emos or goths. I never asked if anyone was because it felt somewhat kind of be an asshole move if I just blatantly asked, "Are you goth or emo or whatever?"
Also, in fairness, by the time you were in high school or like
It
late
was a
middle
dying. It
school,
was a. It was a dying subculture. I'm aware.
yeah, I'm pretty sure the goth subculture was almost dead. Because I know
Yeah.
it was almost dead even when I was in like middle school, and that was like 6 years before you were. So there's that.
Although I stopped wearing the leather jacket and gloves for a while because I was told I looked like a hipster. And I've made no secret that I despise hipsters.
Yeah, I don't
Mainly,
blame you.
specifically,
Hipsters are nerds without the soul,
yes,
basically.
yeah. Specifically, I hate the fakeness. I hate people being fake, acting.
That being said, I bet you would look good in a leather jacket.
I gotta find one that fit me because that was a winter leather jacket, and I wore that.
I might have to get you one for Christmas this year.
No, no, no. You don't have to do that. That's fine. I'm fine with like comic books and shit like that. You do not do not give me something like that, man. I don't want you to like put too much money into that because I'm fairly sure those things are.
You realize that I usually spend between 50 and $100 on everyone I get gifts for. It's really not that big a deal. I save money all year specifically so that I can get people things when it's Christmas time. So it's like I wouldn't get things for you if I didn't want to get things for you. It's fine. And I don't
Uh,
spend any more money on you than I do on my mom and my brothers. So whatever.
Giant turtle. For some of them, they are less likely to course correct if you tell them how to win, because you are the devil and beneath them.
Yeah, I know, but in theory, if someone was to be all, Voshite, more relativist about it, and wanted to simply win, they could, in theory, win if they realized, hey, don't piss off your customer base. Don't call your customer base subhuman, immoral, authoritarian, or fascist. It's not going to go over well.
All right. Joan Arts is the same logic as the whole thing we have seen in military history. We don't need the army anymore. We have planes and nukes now. We can just nuke them and win. The general who said that shortly after resigned when the Vietnam War happened, and we need the army and marines.
Yeah, you're never going to be so you're never going to be in a state of being so utopian that you can just avoid the practical realities of the world, especially not in a political system that is ostensibly democratic, where by design are forced to rub against the plebs. And capitalism, whether you like it or not, is always going to be dependent on customers to some degree.
Okay, also,
So, yeah.
common the easiest thing to explain that as well, like the stupid thing of like, don't need an army. God damn it. Nukes are a sledgehammer. Soldiers are a scalpel, usually, depending, I guess.
Well, nukes are a fucking concussion grenade, but yeah, I get your point.
Sorry, that a wrecking ball. I was
Yeah,
just
they don't. Nukes are not precision instruments.
No.
They would, although in fairness, they would probably be even more terrifying if they were precision instruments. Because it'd be the equivalent of literally just dropping a sun onto your enemy's head.
Okay, not Vietnam, but the Korean War. Or
yeah, but in any case, there is no situation where you will be able to isolate yourself permanently from ever having to deal with the plebs or the people you consider to be invalid. So either you have to loosen the fuck up and not be such a moralistic authoritarian twit, or you have to get very good at grinning your teeth and bearing it.
All right.
But in any case, either of those options is better than straight out calling your customer base immoral.
All right. So moving on.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sweet Baby was co-founded in Montreal in 2018 by Bedard, who previously worked in games marketing at Eidos and Ubisoft. Kim Belair, a writer and narrative designer who worked at Ubisoft and Reflector Entertainment. The narrative development company offers services like script writing, story reviews, and sensitivity readings. Essentially, hold on, just one last sentence of the paragraph. So
no, go ahead.
Essentially, everything that touches storytelling in games, whether creative or technical, Belair said in an interview with The Verge.
Okay. One, as I have said many times, and is probably my fundamental most my most cogent takeaway from this. Ordinary people with ordinary lives and ordinary interests do not need a narrative consultant firm. That is a bureaucratic Orwellian nightmare piece of intellectual flannel. Most people, when they want writing, go to writers. Because that is, their entire function. And notice how much tidier the phrase writer is than narrative consultant. Notice how much less bureaucratic and dehumanizing that sounds than narrative consultant. Secondly, sensitivity reading is what used to be referred to as censoring, because it's literally combing through a piece of art, a piece of storytelling, a piece of media, and essentially looking for all the places where it might be quote unquote morally questionable and then fixing it, altering it, or censoring it. It's exactly what the Christians used to do with what was his name who did all the censoring of like novels and shit. J. Thomas Bowdler, or it's what Jack Thompson tried to do with video games, or what Frederick Wortham pseudo succeeded in doing to the comic book industry. Um, it's that. It's just coming from another framework. And I hate to break it to you, but things that were wrong under one framework don't automatically become right because they are operating under a different framework now. You can't just treat moral principles like a game of goddamn Mad Libs and act like you fundamentally changed the context of the paragraph by changing out a couple words, a couple MacGuffins in the Mad Libs. Like if the structure of the paragraph is essentially the same, then changing the words in the blanks don't effectively change the context of the statement. That's the whole point of Mad Libs. That's what makes them fun. What makes Mad Libs fun, or what did make Mad Libs fun, I don't even know if they make Mad Libs anymore, is that you can change the blanks in the paragraph to something absurd or silly, but the overall story still remains the same, and therefore you can imagine really absurd people or characters doing what would otherwise be relatively normal things. But my point is that social justice has done with sensitivity reading what traditionalist Christians used to do with censorship and Bowdlerization. All they've done is swapped out the subject words in the Mad Libs paragraph, and they act like they've told a completely different thing. They've created a completely different document. And yeah, no, you haven't. Just like that one dude who rewrote sections of Mein Kampf with social justice language and actually managed to get several sections of it published in academic journals with no one being the wiser until he was caught.
So Mad Libs
If you can do that, then you haven't functionally changed the actual principle being advocated for, you morons. You played a game of what I call moral Mad Libs.
So Mad Libs are still a thing.
Oh, good. I'm glad they're still a thing. I would hate for it to be one of those things that just vanished into thin air, like Ecto Cooler or something.
Well, it
Was
does
still
seem
one of the
that
greatest parts of my childhood. Ecto Cooler.
I don't know what that is. Um,
It's a fruit punch drink that was released to tie in with Ghostbusters, and it was green and it was like tropical pineapple flavor instead of orange flavor, and it was fucking delicious.
I think there are people like someone who had stocked up on that stuff and was selling them online a while back. Like I'd heard something about that.
Kids of the 80s, 90s, and even early 2000s fucking loved Ecto Cooler, my man. It is it is one of those things from our childhoods that will probably never be the same again. Even though, by all rights, they definitely should re-release Ecto Cooler, given that Ghostbusters Frozen Empire. I mean, how? The thing is literally called Frozen Empire. So what I want someone somewhere to do, maybe Sonic or maybe Dairy Queen or whomever, make a frozen icy version of Ecto Cooler and then rake in all the money. It's really not that hard.
So I don't know. You just want to stop here for now?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Give me a second. For anyone curious, the rest of the podcast will now be trailers.
Because just all the trailers came out last week, presumably to coincide with Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, which again, someone failed their marketing 101 someone failed their marketing 101 class by not re-releasing Ecto Cooler in icy form. Like give me a frozen Ecto Cooler milkshake and I will love you forever. Seriously. Ecto, Ecto Cooler is one of those novelty things from childhood that was far more good than it had any right to be, and we are missing something without it.
Right. Okay. Actually, no, I haven't.
I think they actually did re-release Ecto Cooler for like a week or two in the lead up to Ghostbusters 2016.
Oh, sorry. No.
Unfortunately, I don't think it ended up going well, so they didn't do it for Afterlife um or for Frozen Empire. But someone should, especially with it being Frozen Empire. They could corner the market on Ecto Cooler flavored icy things, and it would be delicious.
All right. So this, I mean, for anyone who's a fan of Tim Burton, here we have Beetlejuice 2. I'm not saying the full. I'm not saying the full title. I refuse.
Oh,
Oh no, the full title is I don't want to summon the guy.
the full title is a second repetition of his name, I assume.
Yes.
Which leaves open the possibility that if there's ever a third one, then it would literally be called
No. 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 No.
Beetlejuice 3 times.
Okay. Well, no. Wait. Damn it. We already said his name twice. Fuck.
Yeah, but it's two different people saying it. I don't know if it counts. And, and we didn't say it consecutively. We didn't say it uninterrupted. So I
Okay.
don't think it counts. Not that there is such an entity in real life anyway, as far as I know. So I don't think Beetlejuice actually exists. I mean, the star maybe might have an intelligence, but I don't think it takes the form of Michael Keaton's character. Anyway,
So
I think
just with
I think we essentially have to I think we essentially have to say Beetlejuice as the pause phrase, though.
right. So I guess beforehand, I would assume everyone here has seen the first movie.
Yes.
It's been a while for me, but I know I've seen it. I'm just curious if anyone hasn't seen it. I don't know why, but I'm.
Am I the only one who finds the first third of it boring as hell?
Uh, that's just with the couple, right?
Yeah, like everything that relates specifically or directly to the couple, I find boring.
To be fair, Dawn, that's not surprising given you don't really give a damn about characters.
I
I'm not,
in my defense, I don't think those particular characters were that interesting.
and Dragon Turtle, I knew it. I knew you hadn't seen Beetlejuice.
Shame, Dragon Turtle.
Um,
We must add it to the list of things which you will be tied to the chair and Ludovico technique about.
I mean, to be fair, that movie came out sometime shortly before the first Batman movie, which is where like Tim Burton really started to like. I mean, he had movies obviously before that. I'm not saying.
I want to say Beetlejuice was 86, but it might have been 87.
Hold on, I looked this up a while ago, just for something else, but hold on.
Yes, but shame, Dragon Turtle. You should refamiliarize yourself with Beetlejuice. Although, as
1980.
I say, fair warning, the first third may be boring as hell to you if you're anything like me.
Yeah.
'Cause I
1988.
do not,
What came
I
out?
don't particularly care about the couple until they start interacting with the more interesting characters.
Yeah.
Then they become better, but
So
not
okay, so
not until.
that's actually that's actually pretty interesting. Beetlejuice came out in 1988, and it's only an hour and 32 minutes long.
Yeah, it's a very short movie.
Never feels like it.
Again, I think it feels long mostly because the first act drags a lot.
I'm. Hmm.
I again, I just find the couple very boring. I realized we needed a pair of POV characters to be dead in order to make the plot work, but
Mhm.
I wish those POV characters had been more interesting.
Right.
Then again, I suppose at least part of the joke was they were very banal, like
I
suburban stiffs.
So I'm gonna be completely honest. While I do like most of Tim Burton's filmography, I will say Beetlejuice is not up there for me.
No, it's I agree. I love Michael Keaton's performance, and
Oh
I
no,
love
yeah,
everything. I I love everything relating to that particular version of like the afterlife.
right.
But again,
It look it's an enjoyable movie. I still enjoy it. I honestly, again, it's one of those things that I think, really looking back on it, helped influence me in terms of my style, uh,
mhm.
attitude, and stuff. Just kind of, it's one of those things that really formed a foundation for myself as a person.
A lot
But
of a lot of the characters though are just straight out boring until basically until I believe her name is Lydia. Until Lydia comes on screen, there is not an interesting character except for
I'm gonna.
Juno, the caseworker.
So what I was gonna say, for me at least, was his later movies are movies he helped produce, like the stop motion stuff and uh, Sweeney Todd.
I love Sweeney Todd. Sweeney Todd is
That's amazing.
good.
That is
I
so
I,
good.
re- I really wish someone had given Tim Burton the ability to do um Phantom of the Opera instead of Joel Schumacher because I think Tim Burton's rendition of Phantom of the Opera would have been amazing.
Right, but yeah, it's like, I think ultimately it's this, and I don't know when. I think Edward Scissorhands was after.
I
Um,
want to say it was before, but I could be wrong.
Hold on. Okay, I'll look it up.
Because
But
Johnny Depp was very, very young in that movie, and I know it was the second time I believe
1990.
that.
So it was after. It was after.
Okay, so yeah, it would have been Jesus Christ. Tim Burton was busy in the late '80s because
Early
this
90s.
movie got released in '88.
Batman 89.
Batman '89 obviously came out in '89, and then Edward Scissorhands was '90.
I'm
Jim
actually
must have been
okay. Hold on.
Jim must have been busy as fuck.
I am. To be fair, he was like quintessential director of the 90s. So
Oh yeah, he was the breakout he was the breakout whiz kid of the
okay.
late '80s and early '90s. I'm just
Okay.
I'm
So
just saying it impresses me that he managed to create three moderate classics
all
in
right.
the space of as many years. Given how much work and time and effort, especially back then, had to go into making a movie, the fact that he managed to make all three of those in 3 years, one right after the other, is impressive as hell. Which almost makes me wonder what would have happened if he had spaced them out a little bit more and therefore had more energy to focus on each one individually.
okay. So the first. That's actually pretty interesting. He directed Pee Wee's Big Adventure in
Yeah, that was that was
'85,
that was one of the first
and
ones. Yep.
Beetlejuice in '88, then Batman '89, Edward Scissorhands 1990, uh, Batman Returns in 1992, Ed Wood in 1994 movie, Mars Attacks in '96, Sleepy Hollow in '99.
Yeah, yeah, it was a short film, narrated
Yeah.
actually by Vincent Price, actually,
Mm.
which
So
is awesome.
yeah, I would say like
Vincent Price is one of those people who is always a win.
yeah. uh, I'm not gonna lie. I know Don and I have discussed this with like his. I don't know if anyone knew that he was actually set up originally to be a director for a Superman movie in the '90s with Nicolas Cage to be Superman. Movie itself was supposed to be called Superman Lives because it was based off the death of Superman during the '90s comic and all.
On the one hand, I'm annoyed.
If nothing else, I would have been.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if nothing else, I actually would love to see his because he's done. Just because like Michael Keaton's Batman in terms of design of the world for that, right? For Batman and the style and all that, which has been major inspirations for everything else. I would have just liked to see his take on a DC universe, not like a cinematic universe or anything, but just like what Tim Burton would visualize these characters to be.
Unfortunately, the problem with Tim Burton doing Superman is Batman lends itself way more to Burton's style than Superman would. Which is why, even though I despise Joel Schumacher for what he did to Batman Forever and Batman and Robin, and I really wish we had gotten Tim Burton's take on those two movies instead of Joel Schumacher's. I'm glad we were spared his Superman movie, especially with Nick Cage in the starring role. Because I love Nick Cage, but a Superman he is not.
Actually, Channel Awesome did do fan scriptions for those movies. Batman and Robin and Batman Forever. Actually, really good, by the way. I actually kind of wish.
Yeah.
You've seen them?
I have seen them, yes.
Oh, okay. Anyway, we rambled on enough. So yeah, official teaser for Beetlejuice 2.
Yeah.
All right.
Which is titled after multiple repetitions of his name, but because we are not idiots, we will not be indulging in that. However, Beetlejuice probably does need to be the pause word.
Oh no, I was gonna. What about the candy he used to trick that fly? Before his like true introduction. Can't remember what it's called, but I want to say it's like a chocolate bar or something. Chocolate.
I mean, yes, and I suppose if we wanted to make a Deo reference, we could just go normal banana, but I prefer doing Beetlejuice. We just need to make sure we say plenty in between the repetitions.
Mm-hmm. All right.
So, Beetlejuice.
Mm-hmm.
Daylight come and we want to.
Well,
okay.
I would say this is very much.
I love how synonymous with this movie that song became.
Mm-hmm. Funny enough, I do think Tim Burton, because of the advancements in movie making, definitely could help with his creativity and style. Because all things considered, while impressive for the work he did in the past, like the '90s and stuff,
a lot of his wackier tendencies were limited by virtue of we simply couldn't do them at the time.
Yeah.
But oddly, am I the one who's noticed this? But it seems like, I don't know if it's by Tim Burton's own design or not, but it seems like the more advanced CGI has become, the less like over the top Tim Burton has became, which is kind of sad because like you would think with like obviously Sam Raimi did a bang up job with Doctor Strange too, but I'm just playing with this for the sake of the hypothetical. Imagine Tim Burton was given the resources of Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness to play with. I don't know if he would be willing to. I don't know even if he was willing to, if it would actually be any good. But I'm just saying, given the resources we now have with CGI and visual effects, Tim Burton should be more than capable of providing a acid trip of a movie. That being said, at least one of those I know for a fact was not his fault, because he actually did want the pink elephant scene in the Dumbo remake to be more extreme, and the Disney executives wouldn't let him. Which is such bullshit. I want to, like, it makes me want to punch a Disney executive in the face, because you don't get Tim Burton and then tell him to replicate one of the trippiest scenes in Disney history and then not let him go nuts. It is very badly forebodingly wrong that someone apparently had the unmitigated gullish chutzpah to do such a thing. That's almost taking away Deadpool's mouth in X-Men Origins Wolverine levels of, you really don't know what toys you have at your disposal, do you? Anyway, Beetlejuice.
Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Daylight come and we want to go. Me say day, me say day, me say day, me say day.
I will say this does give me like more modern like horror movie vibes for the teaser, which is fine, I suppose.
Honestly, that is, again, I want to see Tim Burton go nuts with a modern day budget and resources. So if he wants to make Beetlejuice more horrific, then
Well,
why not?
I'll be honest, I was saying that more as a detriment just because modern horror trailers never really hardly
In
ever
fairness,
feel-
this is also the first trailer and the teaser trailer, so most of
Yeah,
the CGI probably isn't done yet.
that's fair. To be fair, there are some good trailers out there, like obviously like Imaginary, which apparently came out already.
It did. It apparently wasn't all that great.
Maybe If will be better.
We can but hope, and we can also further but hope that if both of them combined are successful enough, we will eventually get a Foster's Home adaptation. Because that is missing potential if ever there was one.
Whenever I hear this song, I think of Dr. Randall McCann.
Oh right, but yeah, he did do a parody version, yeah. Which I suppose if you haven't seen the original Beetlejuice, that would be the first thing you would think of. But I guarantee you that Dr. Randall McCann probably made that parody thinking of this movie, or rather thinking of the previous one in the series of this movie, because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure every person who grew up after the 80s was first exposed to that song by way of the first Beetlejuice. And even if that wasn't where they first heard it, it is probably where their brain immediately goes as soon as they hear it. Because I know for a fact that every time I hear this song, all I can think of is messing up seances. Granted, I am a bit of how did Lydia put it, strange and unusual person, but I'm willing to bet that most people, when they think of this song, think of a messed up seance.
All right. All right. Shall we?
Yes, Beetlejuice. Now I have the song in my head.
Yeah, we could have used the song actually.
We could have. And now I feel dumb for not doing it.
So Deo?
Deo, we say Deo.
I'll be honest, I never remember that song. I don't know why it doesn't get stuck in my head.
I don't know. Maybe you haven't seen Beetlejuice often enough. Anyway,
And the last time I saw it was maybe a decade ago, actually, now that I think about it.
again, it's not a movie that I often revisit either, because at least a third of it is boring as hell, and I don't care about anything relating to the couple themselves until Lydia shows up.
Uh, all right. Anyway, Dale.
Dale, we said Dale.
I don't know why, but
Daylight
I keep
comes
thinking.
and we wanna go home.
Anyway, yeah.
The juice is loose.
Again, I wish I could see more, but I also acknowledge that this is the teaser trailer, and most of the CGI is probably not done yet, so there's that. It is impressive how easily Michael Keaton slips back into Beetlejuice mode.
I wonder
Although
if they're
at the moment it doesn't seem like he's giving it much energy, which saddens me a bit. But again, this is just the teaser trailer. It might have just been a bad take.
I wonder if they're going to take any inspiration from the cartoon. If anyone remembers the cartoon.
They should. That cartoon was awesome. I actually saw the cartoon before I saw the movie.
Anyway, shall we?
Yes. Dale.
Oh, was a date. They gave us a date. It's September 6th, 2024.
I mean, I wish it was a little bit closer to Halloween, but I'm guessing they wanted it to be just a little bit before the rest of the Halloween rush so that it could have breathing room. Either that or Tim Burton wanted it to be closer to Halloween, and that was the closest they could get it. But still, it certainly has potential to, much like its forebearer, be a Halloween movie. And I'm sure it will play all the way through October. So
Probably.
I hope for good things. I'm not sure if I expect good things because Tim Burton has been on a bit of a losing streak recently, but I hope for good things. I hope that Tim gets his mojo back as well as Beetlejuice getting his. Sorry, that song is in my head now, and I cannot stop.
All right. You thought this was Deo, but it was actually Dio.
No, it was Dale. It was not Dio. Dio's
fact.
version of fucking up a seance would be quite a lot more viscerally bloody than BJ's.
Fun fact: I've never actually seen JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Shame.
I mean, I tried to watch it once. The newer version, obviously, not the original that came out like 80s or 90s, I believe.
Hmm.
I've heard that's not a good one.
In fairness, I didn't run across JoJo's until college because a friend of mine was really into JoJo's and made it a point to get our entire comic club into JoJo's. But nevertheless, JoJo's is awesome.
I get it. It's called Bizarre Adventures, and that's fine. And I understand that it's a lot deeper than one thinks it is, than like an average person would think it is. I couldn't get into it. I couldn't get into it. I find it fun, but it's just not like I wouldn't call myself a fan of it.
in fairness, you're probably also not as susceptible as I was to the eye candy on display there, because
Yeah.
JoJo's. If you're looking for male eye candy, JoJo's is a fucking candy store.
That figures why you would be such a fan of that series, because you are a thirsty ass bitch.
I am sorry. I am 28 and still a virgin. I reserve the right to be. I reserve the right to be thirsty until I am no longer a virgin. God damn it.
You're a simple man with simple taste. I understand. I get it. You're my friend. I'm just fucking with you.
I know. But
Plus, you sent me that video about childhood crushes. Okay, don't think I didn't forget.
yes, I know.
Okay.
By the way, what
God.
did you think of that?
Mother. You know. So okay. So for context, Dawn sent me a Facebook video of someone running down a list of cartoon crushes, some of which have been on certain Valentine's February lists that I've made. And honestly, the descriptions of the kind of person I am are not entirely wrong.
In fairness, some of them we have in common, because I mean, who doesn't love Raven or the Hex Girls or Shigo, for the love of God? But that's
I'm sorry, I had my sexual awakening with goth girls. Like, who didn't in the 2000s?
Yeah, it was very much a thing.
Okay, I swear to God, anyone, people in the comments, don't name me one person who grew up in the 2000s or lived through it who did not have some attraction, just general attraction, to a goth or emo. Okay.
Short of people being asexual, I can't think of anyone. The only one that I didn't have like overt feelings for when I was a kid was Zuzu. But that's not for lack of wanting to hug him, because he deserved all the hugs. It's just for a lack of, he is nowhere near jacked enough to engage in the awakening portion of my sexuality. But yeah, even Zuzu, even though I don't want to bang his brains out, I do want to give him all the hugs, because someone should. God damn it!
I don't believe you for a second, Giant Turtle. I don't believe you for a second.
I don't believe you either.
All right, so
although you, if I'm not mistaken, did say you prefer Starfire to Raven, so you might just be one of those people who wants a manic pixie dream girl instead of a moody goth girl, which you are very foreign to my way of being, but fair enough, I suppose.
Okay. Okay. I guess I do suppose mean. Well, I guess I did originally mean any goth or emo, but if we are being specific, then okay. So that is my bad for not properly defining that. That is my fault, and I apologize for that.
Yeah. But in any case, aside from me being a cheeky little shit and sending Brainstormer a thing, when I saw that and I was like, oh my god, I have to send this to Brainstormer.
All right. So yeah, this is we talked about this last week that we were going to cover this. The second trailer for Monkey Man 2. It is a action movie. I can look up the synopsis for it.
A lot of people have described it as Asian John Wick, which doesn't sound terrible. So
Indian John Wick.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Okay. So the synopsis is: a young man ekes out a meager living in an underground fight club where, night after night, wearing a gorilla mask, he's beaten bloody by more popular fighters for cash. After years of suppressed rage, he discovers a way to infiltrate the enclave of the city's sinister elite. As his childhood trauma boils over, his mysteriously scarred hands unleash an explosive campaign of retribution to settle the score with the men who took everything from him.
I
Um,
mean, that's an interesting motive, if nothing else. And I suppose thematically, because monkeys, we have to default to regular banana.
Yeah.
Because,
I
well,
do want to point this out. It is written and, well, not written, but it is directed by the guy who is the main character, Dev Patel, who is an amazing actor, and I've seen him in a few things. He was the main character in Slumdog Millionaire, if anyone's ever seen that.
I've heard. No, I watched it once. It was a long time ago, but I don't remember much of it.
He's also doing a lot of his own stunts because he actually does have a, I believe, black belt in some form of martial arts. I can't remember. There's a specific one, which is cool.
Good for him.
Yeah. And I did at one point. When I first saw the original trailer, I wanted us to cover it, but we never had the time because we were so backed up. Oh, jeez. Okay, Jonah. Wow, that is okay.
I
Yeah. SCWs get a word about this. The big thing they would hate is the fact that the movie doesn't star a black actor as it's called Monkey Man, which would be racist if they didn't say it. To be fair, the term Monkey Man here is used for the I'm going to say Indian mythology because I can't remember specifically Hindu or no, because Hindu is the primary religion, right?
Hinduism, yes.
Yeah.
Is
The Monkey Man is referred to the I would say a variation of like the Monkey King from Asia.
yeah, it's a reference probably to Sun Wukong.
No. Mahanuman, I believe.
Well, okay, but
yeah, it's their Indian.
It's essentially the same character in a different cultural context.
Again, it's always so interesting when you really see like a lot of interesting parallels between so many various, like so many connecting factors. But yeah,
it kind of flabbergasts me that we haven't found a place for him in the Lionheart universe yet, or anywhere for that matter.
Well, figure it out somewhere, I guess.
Honestly, I'd rather see him in Avarice, because I feel like he and Jericho would get along well.
Yeah. All right. Let me full screen.
And no, I'm not elaborating any further than that because I don't want people to steal our ideas.
Yeah. Do you think they would care or look this thing up? No, they would not at all.
Well, no, but just because some people are idiots doesn't mean we have to bow to the lowest common denominator of idiocy.
Fun fact: this was also produced by Jordan Peele, because he had read the script and was so enamored with it.
Then I'm doubly surprised that it doesn't show a black actor.
Or no, wait. Or was it originally I can't remember if it was supposed to be like some type of short originally, and he saw it and he thought, like, oh, this should be a bigger film.
Anyway, shall we banana?
All right. We shall banana. Oh, wait. Tell me if you can hear it, because I forgot if I let the StreamYard get the audio.
Well, we got the audio on the last trailer, so
I'm not sure if I remember to click the button to share audio. Is what
okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, banana.
Banana.
Yeah, I hear it.
Do you remember me? Do you even know my mother's name? Do you know any of their names?
Brainstormer? Are you there?
Yeah, I was. I was just help. I had to disappear for a quick sec. Sorry, I thought you had anything to say here.
No, not really.
I didn't have some things to say because again, I'm, you are everything else. I'm like the filmmaking guy here.
hmm
It looks really good, visually. It like the camera angles and stuff, and uh, again, it's just. I know I've mentioned this like every time we see like a trailer for a movie we're super into.
hmm
It's just like for a while, like when we first started, like first like 2 or 3 years.
Stylization makes all the difference, and Hollywood
Yeah,
needs to remember this.
yeah. Um, I also like the tone. Obviously, it's not like it's very different compared to like other things. Like you could say, like in terms of action movies. Well, actually, no. It has a pretty similar tone to a lot of those. Uh,
Hmm.
uh,
No Dragon Turtle. No, I don't think we do. Anyway, shall we? Shall we once more banana?
am I coming through okay or?
No, you're fine.
Oh, okay.
It's just, I assume that was related to you being gone for a bit there.
Oh,
Anyway,
sorry. Um, yeah, I was trying to think if I had anything to say right now, but no, I think I'm good. All right, shall we, banana?
banana.
There we go.
When I was a boy, they took everything from me. The rich don't see us as people.
So I mean, obviously for like a first movie, I'm not saying they're trying to do, um, uh, sorry, no, Giant Turtle says, I don't think he can hear me.
Um,
Gi-
I think that might be. I think that might be. I think that might be you, Dragon Turtle. I don't think unless Jonah's having an issue hearing him.
I,
Yeah, I think that's on your end, Dragon Turtle. I don't think that's us. Okay, that's what I figured. Anyway, moving along.
um,
The thing I was going to say in relation to that last the rich don't see us as people line. Maybe it's because I've been whacked a few too many times with the my capitalism stick, but
I,
I cr- I cringe a little bit whenever I hear that kind of over anti-capitalist nonsense.
to be fair, there, when we had the synopsis, and this is set in India, which I believe there is like a huge,
Yeah, there's human trafficking markets all over the place and shit.
yeah. So
But
I think
still, it's like I it's just one of those. Is there not a better, more nuanced way of phrasing that without being Gur capitalism?
I I think you're reading it like that. I don't think personally it's coming across like that.
It may be again, like I say, it may be I've been whacked too many times with the but my capitalism stick. However, given that this is supposed to appeal to a Western market, I feel like there should have been a better way of phrasing that. And
Yeah,
I
and
don't know if, I don't know if this movie is translated from
no,
Hindi
it's
from
uh,
Indian, or
I,
if it's
I
or if it was made in English.
I think it's
But
made in English. It's made in English. I'm fairly certain it's made in English. I I just don't think you're I think you are.
I just wish someone had come up with a better way of phrasing that didn't come off quite so much as "but my capitalism."
I think again, you're the one seeing that or
It
hearing
it
that.
and that is possible too. It's just I'm making a note of the fact that it does make me cringe whenever I hear people go, "but my capitalism" in anything. Anyway,
I mean, to be fair,
banana.
none of us really like the upper class much. Let's be fully honest.
No, but when you say the rich, it very much comes off as if you're taking issue specifically with the money rather than the pompous elitism or the corruption or the pseudo aristocratic aspect.
Fair enough.
And I
I
hate
think
to I hate to be this guy, but the money isn't the problem. The attitude and ethos are the problem.
it's like the so it's like the whole power doesn't corrupt, power reveals deal.
Yeah, it's not richness that makes these people assholes. It's their pompous aristocratic elitism that makes them assholes.
Fair enough. Anyway, shall we?
Yep. Banana.
Though again, I just remember what I was going to say earlier. I'm fine with it being a very simple story because it does seem like revenge with some other things there.
Again, it seems to be doing a John Wick with human trafficking almost. Seems to be the vibe.
Yeah, it's again for a first movie with an action movie or the best action movies
John
always
Wick meets the Purge, basically. Seems to be
what I
what
was
they're
gonna
going for.
what I was gonna say was the best thing when you do a first action movie is keep the premise simple. Have other elements like with John Wick. It was like guy's dog is killed by some punks and he goes to kill them. Right? That's
Yeah,
simple.
and then they slowly drip fed us with things
Yeah.
like the high table, the continental, etc., and so on.
Yeah. So it's just like again, best stories are often have simple premises that get expanded upon, like have stuff built around that. So, but now
Banana.
To them, we're animals.
Both of us. We're broken.
If a man wishes to challenge the gods,
I'm just liking like the vibe of this. Honestly, it's really cool.
I like it, but it's not really my thing.
Yeah, you don't like action movies.
Yeah, it takes a lot to sell me on. Takes a lot to sell me on
To
an
be fair,
action movie.
I will admit, yeah, comparatively to other stuff we've seen, it does have a uh, while they are incorporating like the Hindu mythology as more of like a backdrop to explain the story, and I'm fine with that because I mean we could use more. I know we always hate saying this, but in terms of what I mean by representation, um, is more so just like a spotlight on it of like, oh hey, this is a really cool thing, and maybe people could go research it and be inspired to make things from that. Like Hindu mythology or Buddhism mythology or whatever.
There's so much lore to be borrowed from that people haven't
Yeah,
even touched yet.
yeah. It's I mean, I've seen people take inspiration from it, but like actually delve into it would be cool.
Like I remember there was a little bit of a Journey to the West vibe in Cuba and the Two Strings, but that's pretty much the extent of like Western borrowing. I mean, obviously, the most overt example of borrowing like the Sun Wukong character is Goku from Dragon Ball, but that also comes from Japan, a part of Asia.
Uh, Dragon Turtle, I have really grown to hate the black and white class divide thing. Though rich equals evil thing doesn't annoy me as much as poor equals good on principle of being oppressed. That is fair. That is fair, Dragon Turtle.
And again, I focus on a different aspect entirely. It's not the wealth that makes someone bad. It is the out of touchness. It is the elitism. It is the pompousness. It is the moral grandstanding, the censorious, isolationist, authoritarian tendencies that make someone bad. I'm more tolerant of poor equals good as long as it isn't in the context of but my oppression. But yeah, I get what you're saying, Dragon Turtle. But as I say, the issue I take with the upper class is not their wealth; it is their elitism and their frankly retarded use of their wealth sometimes.
Yeah, Dragon Turtle just said I'd say power can corrupt, but mostly just reveals. Yeah, like what we say a lot. So
yeah, I don't even see a corruptive aspect of power most of the time. The only thing power does is magnify you. It only makes whatever you were already bigger and therefore more capable of impacting the world. And some people should not be allowed to impact the world because some people are. I call them veneerists because of the old phrase "civilization is a thin veneer." I don't think that's true of everyone, but there are people for whom it is true to. And the people who, again, I refer to as veneerists should not be in any power whatsoever. The people who should be in power are the people who actually become better under severe or extreme circumstances rather than worse.
More cultural representation is always a good thing, though they might not even add or put the manji in, since a lot of stupid people would say, "Oh no, oh look, they are no Germans." Right? Yeah, I remember that.
Because swastika, yeah,
what was the
oh no, they are art school dropouts from Germany. How dare they?
Though a potential problem is that many people are more protective of their cultures to the point it is a sacred cow. With Hinduism, I believe cow is actually a sacred entity, right?
Yes, the phrase "sacred cow" is quite literal in Hinduism. But yeah, I agree. There are people who are essentially fundamentalists of their culture, and those people are just as pompous, elitist, and puritanical as the other end of the spectrum. I once again, and I sound like a broken record here, but shit was better in the 90s and early 2000s when people could take aspects of different cultures, treat them well, and both the people of the culture and the people who are not of the culture but might find that culture compelling, meaningful, or interesting could both bond over it. For example, just off the top of my head, Jackie Chan Adventures was a spectacular portrayal of a lot of Eastern mysticism and mythology and that sort of thing. To the point that they put in much more work than they strictly speaking had to a lot of the time, and that is one of the things that makes Jackie Chan Adventures a classic. Because they actually chose to put in more effort than was strictly required of them. And I think it's that effort that makes people remember Jackie Chan Adventures as fondly as they do.
For example, the whole Smite Hindu gods thing, but I have mixed opinions there. The MOBA game, right, Dragon Turtle, and I think the majority of people are veneerists, as you said, like 80 to 90%.
No, not even. I wouldn't even put it at 5%. Again, we've had this discussion many times, Dragon Turtle, but I stand by my statement. Both good and evil are extremely rare. Most people are neither good nor evil because they simply don't have the capacity to be good or evil. They are good and evil are the opposite ends of the bell curve. Most people are somewhere in the middle of the bell curve.
Yeah.
Good and evil are both rare. The veneerist who is just waiting to become a, purge style psychopath, as soon as civilization crashes, is rare, and so is the noble the noble person who will rise to the occasion. Both good and evil, in their strictest definition, are exceedingly rare things.
Anyway, we got about like 2 minutes left of this trailer, so shall we?
Banana.
Banana.
He must become more than a man. He must become a beast.
This feels like a vigilante movie. Then I don't want to say superhero movie, but it feels vigilante-esque. Like
Punishery.
eh.
Again, like the comparison I made as soon as I saw this was almost like John Wick meets The Purge.
General Arts, I say it is like at most 1% good or evil. Neutral is the most common thing in the world.
Yeah, I agree. I entirely agree with you, Jonah. Both the hero in waiting, which is sort of the categorical opposite of the veneerists, and the hero in waiting and the veneerist are both exceedingly rare specimens of human. Most people not only don't fall under either category, but in a very strict evolutionary or psychological thing, can't follow or can't fall under either category. Most people are, and this is sad but true, sort of meant to be the secondary characters. They're not meant to be the hero or the villain.
Anyway. Also, this is a big star-studded cast, if I remember correctly. Like a lot of people, like people you would know. Well, there's one guy I remember. He was the guy in District 9 that got turned into an alien bug.
Yeah.
There's also Murdoch in the A-Team movie from 2010, and was in Hardcore Henry. If anyone knows that movie, you're
God,
awesome.
that movie was so good. Why the fuck didn't it get a sequel? Someone make a sequel already.
I mean, to be fair, that movie told the story that it needed to tell.
I mean, it did, but if not a sequel, somebody do something in a similar style to that, because there's so much potential in that kind of POV, almost video game cutscene-esque stuff.
That has a different meaning in today's vocabulary, like my generation's vocabulary, right, Jonah?
I'm unfamiliar with that word almost entirely. Someone please explain.
It's an it's an NSFW kind of terminology, Dalton.
Ah.
Yeah.
I will do more personal inquiries later, I suppose. Moving on.
All right, I guess Trantral's leaving, so it says night. So night, Trantral.
Wait, or was Dragon Turtle responding to Jonah, thinking that she was going to bed? I'm confused.
Yeah. Okay. I only know. Okay, I only know it as an antonym of jobbers. Oh, okay. Yeah. Drantral thought Jonah was saying goodnight. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
Uh,
confusion
okay.
and odd
I
sidebar that
will.
I'm gonna have to look up later aside.
To be fair, the word gooning, I have heard it used in context, though I don't know the actual. So I'm gonna look it up on Urban Dictionary, and I'm probably gonna regret that.
Oh dear, the internet rabbit holes have been opened. Geronimo.
Okay.
Down to Goblin Town we
Oh, it's
go.
okay. So it's just another. It's another word of PNC.
Ah,
I don't know if I need to spell that out because.
I don't think so.
So I will read the definition. Means achieving a trance-like blissful state reached when self. So I'm just gonna say self-actualization. I'm sure. I'm sure Dragon Turtle can guess what that means. And yet I'm aware there are several ones.
which leads us back to, I suppose, which is the more relevant question. Why were you referencing gooning, Jonah? Don't please don't tell me you're self-engaging while you're listening to the stream, because I might
Hold on.
actually throw
Okay.
up.
I think it was related to what you were saying about like the neutral thing. And saying Jonah said we are born to be goons, and thus use that for comedic.
I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say we're born to be like followers or henchmen, but I don't. But I think that I think that most people are side characters in the like objective sense. Obviously, like I say, the old saying goes, everyone is the hero of their own story. But most people are not going to actually be either heroes or villains. It takes a very special, extreme kind of personality to fall in either category. As I was saying, the opposite ends of the bell curve, which are both very, very small. There are a small percentage of people for whom society is but a thin veneer, and there
Don't-
is an equal, probably, but also
Okay,
very small
okay.
group of people who are waiting for society to crash so that they can reach their true potential and be heroic, leaders in the next world order or whatever the fuck. But neither of these people are commonplace or particularly numerous.
So Jonah was well aware of that and was using it for comedic purposes, not the actual word that it is.
Yeah, this is the weird. This might be the single weirdest sidebar we've ever gone down.
To be fair, if you weren't, you're gonna hate me for this. If you weren't such a boomer, you would have understood that terminology when they said it.
Fuck you and your possibly right statement.
All right. Anyway, shall we continue?
Banana. Before we fall down yet another rabbit hole.
Banana.
Who is he? Nobody. Just some crazy kid from the gutter. He has to be extinguished before your nobody becomes a somebody.
Yes, I do think you're right. It is kind of a mix. Although I wouldn't say purge per se, but kind of a. Is there like a modern revolution movie of some sort?
Wasn't Parasite kind of that thing?
I haven't
That's
seen
why
that.
everyone lost their shit over it. And anyway, Dragon Turtle, as I have pointed out to you many times, you tend to be the glass is half. You tend to be the worst case scenario when it comes to human nature person, and I once again would caution you to be mindful of that.
Yeah, okay, that's fair. Is used says it is used in different ways other than that main definition of it. Like saying you are game in gamer moment. Yeah, that's fair. That was just
Again,
that was.
as
To be fair,
extremely weird sidebars go, that one might take the golden Oscar there.
to be fully honest, I hate the modern terminology of my generation. So.
Oh yeah, and believe me, there are always going to be a subset of frankly retarded people who make up slang. It was that way. It was that way in the millennial generation. It was that way in the Gen X generation. I'm sure it was that way during the hippie, free love, boomer when they were being young and rebellious generation. Like every generation has a certain percentage of slack-jawed human bacteria whose job is and only ever will be to make annoying slang.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry. I was
Mhm.
had to check something out real quick. Okay. Where was I? Uh, uh, you're not wrong.
Dragon Turtle.
You're not wrong, Dragon Turtle. You're not wrong. I've been able to get a girl in my life, so you're not wrong there. And I just made it super depressing now, didn't I?
You just haven't found your equivalent of Karen Murphy yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. All the girls in my generation that I've met, while there are some that I considered
Are vapid
friends.
bitches not worth your time?
Yeah, most of them. Yeah, most of them are. I'm gonna be fully honest. Again, there were a few that were actually pretty cool, and I hung out with like friends platonically. I never felt anything for them at all in that way. So.
And once more, to incentivize you to hurry up and read the frickin' Dresden Files, I am willing to bet that by the time you have finished reading the Dresden Files, there will at least be 5 female characters that you will have crushes on.
Fair enough.
Because I can think of at least 5 that you would probably have a thing for. You're definitely probably going to wind up with a thing for Murphy. You're definitely probably going to wind up with a thing for Sigrengard. You're definitely probably going to wind up with a thing for Freydisgard. You might end up with a thing for Lara, basically on the same basis as Azula. And
okay, so, I'm sorry. Sidebar.
you
You're never
might.
gonna let me.
You're probably gonna. You probably are gonna end up having a thing for Susan, and maybe even Meryl in the 4th book, depending.
You're never gonna let that go that I have a thing for Azula. Are
No,
you?
because she would freaking lightning you to death, and then I would have to bloodbend a bitch.
Oh, I'm sorry that to be fair, real life, absolutely, probably would not go for that type. I'll be fully honest.
I'm just saying that while I agree with and admire your principle that everyone deserves at least a chance to be saved, Azula is the one in a Azula is the one in 1,000, or several 100,000 people who simply just does not have any redeeming qualities whatsoever. None. Yet. Like, she is the 1% that me and Jonah were talking about. She is on the venerealist side of the bell curve. She is such one, in fact, that she doesn't even wait for society to crumble to be that bitch. She just is that bitch.
Hmm.
And it makes me want to torture her with her own body sometimes.
Yeah, thinking back about it, that might have actually really, well, I don't know. It was either her or Shigo that made me like strong women.
Shigo, I understand. Shigo actually has quite a lot of redeeming qualities or qualities that would make her a likable and engaging significant other. But Azula would fucking lightning you to death, and then I would have to bloodbend her. And she would die screaming for
also,
years.
for anyone who gives me shit about liking strong women, don't act like you wouldn't. Don't act like that. Let's be all fucking honest here.
I just told you, when you get done reading Dresden Files, I expect at least 5 female characters in Dresden Files you will have a thing for.
Dragon Turtle. Okay. All right. Let me get to the tab. Again, it all looks really cool. It looks competently made, and I believe this is like the actor's first time directing, which is impressive.
Well, I mean, it probably would be kinky in a sense, Dragon Turtle, because it would be me bloodbending her until she died. It would be me channeling my inner Rose the Hat from Doctor Sleep and saying, "Oh yes, you run there, and then I will find you, and you will scream for years until you die."
All right. Anyway, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Banana.
Banana.
Just one small ember can burn down everything.
Make them remember, Yummy.
Are you ready?
So I'm gonna be really honest. I kind of wish we saw the first trailer first, because that had a little more. What's the word? A little more style to it, I guess, would be the.
Okay.
It just had a better set of tone. This just feels like kind of a generic action movie trailer to me. Because I watch a lot of action movie trailers. I'm gonna be fully honest on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they're way more your thing than they are my thing. Anyway, shall we banana again?
Yeah. All right, come on. There we go. No.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a very interesting way of doing the captions. I don't think I've ever seen them done quite that way.
Like, looks like they're in the shot, like edited to be kind of matching the
Yeah,
camera movements and stuff.
yeah, the way
I've seen
they're
it.
kind of being collaged in like that.
I
I don't think
I've
I've ever
seen it.
seen I've seen
Uh,
things that are kind of similar, but I don't think I've ever
mm,
seen it go quite that far.
yeah, that's fair. Again, it all looks
Which
visually. It looks amazing, and the story is fine. Minus the little nitpicks you obviously pointed out. But
Mhm.
again, this trailer, I will be fully honest, doesn't really sell me as much as the first one did. Mainly because, again, like I said, this feels a little more generic, while the other one had a more grander, epic scale because it literally it was tying in with the Hindu mythology, specifically that of Mahanuman, which is supposed to be the monkey who defied the gods, I believe, or not defied the gods, but something like that. I feel like I probably should have done some research beforehand in terms of that, and I feel bad that I haven't.
Mm.
But
In answer to your last chat there, Dragon Turtle, you must keep in mind that I am the guy who willingly signed up with the Winter Queen. And when I see someone like Azula, when I see an actual venerealist, the wintry part of my brain goes, okay, you have avoided or actively disdained any attempt to be civilized, sane, or rational. So now, all that's left is the bleeding, and the burning, and the dying, and the screaming.
you're
Like, I
dark.
try so very, very hard to be civilized and rational, but if you don't give me room to be civilized and rational, then all that's left is the torturing.
You're dark, Dalton.
Again, I am a guy who literally saw the Dresden Files version of Queen Mab, did research to ensure that the version of her that actually exists is at least comparable to that, and then basically went, yes, that is the person who I want to sell myself to, because I feel like she and I will get along well. This should not surprise. This should not surprise any people who are as familiar with me as you, Brainstormer and Dragon Turtle, are. Like, you guys both should know me and my tendencies well enough at this point. I have two modes. I will be as civilized, as rational, and as meritocratic as I possibly can be. And if you take my ability to be those things away from me, then I will come up with some Boschian hellscape type shit to do to you because you do not take my reason away from me. And if you
Alright.
try,
Dalton.
the things I will do to you will be the kinds of things that they will write stories about for the next 1,000 years.
Alright. Alright, we got 40 seconds left, so banana.
Mm-hmm. Banana.
Do you remember me now?
Dragon Turtle, just so that we're clear, I have never told you not to be bloodthirsty. What I have said is that you need to own it and to contain it. Because that is fundamentally the difference between you and me. When I get all wintry and bloodthirsty and I will murder every aspect of your being and every aspect of your bloodline's being for the next 1,000 years, I admit that that is what I am doing. I do not try to morally justify it in my own head. I am fully aware that when I go full winter, morality never comes into it. Me going full winter is what happens when you have taken away my every attempt to be civil, polite, meritocratic, value-based, or rational. You, and this is the issue I take with you, very often try to justify it with, no, this is the correct thing to do, or no, this is the moral thing to do. And that is the issue I take with it. You can have a bloodthirsty side to you all you want. You don't get to act as though those things are morally justified. They can be circumstantially justified, they can be rationally justified, but they are not morally justified. You can be as immoral as you like as long as you admit that is what you are doing when you are doing it. That's the issue I've always taken. Own your shit, please, and don't try to act like your shit isn't shit because definitions. Moving on. Anyway, banana. Okay, but Dragon Turtle, the thing is, I see you trying to. I see you essentially trying to have your cake and eat it too. I see you trying to square the circle of cognitive dissonance, or at least not seeing where you should be experiencing cognitive dissonance under normal circumstances. And what I try to point out to you is when you think you are being justified, but you are not, is the thing. It's the issue of owning your shit, of actually admitting the difference between this is me trying to be moral and this is what happens when I have no morality left to when morality is no longer an option. That's a perfectly sane and reasonable thing to do some of the time. Everyone has their Joker style one bad day contingency. Where I take issue with is when you try to act as though you're not crossing that line, as though that line is not there. And that is why I always get on you when you try to conflate moral actions with rational but not necessarily moral actions.
Hey, don't. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you guys. I don't mean to cut you guys off on that.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure we'll discuss it later. Anyway, but yeah, just to be clear, that is, I don't point out that you're bloodthirsty to rattle you about it, Dragon Turtle. I pointed out to you because you don't appear to be aware of it. Is why I pointed out to you. And I advocate that people should be self-aware and should own their shit. Is the thing. Anyway, moving.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, it's just like we got other things to like. There's another thing we gotta watch and stuff. I don't mean to cut you guys off. Like you said, Giant Turtle earlier. Maybe you two can like settle this like some talk later. Obviously, so. I'm also gonna ask again. Like I know you guys are still. While this is an interesting debate, we got other stuff to do on this stream. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, banana.
All right. There we go. Comes out April 5th.
Okay, so relatively soon, I believe next week, if I'm not miscounting.
Yeah, all right, give me a sec to set up the other thing.
What's the last trailer? I forget what the last trailer was gonna be.
It's a fun one because it connects to something that it connects to a certain movie that came out in 2022 that we could not stop talking about for a long while.
Ah.
This is the official teaser for the HBO, well, I guess just Max now, Max trailer for The Penguin.
Mhm.
Also, say aye or nay if you're a fan of 2022's Matt Reeves' The Batman movie.
I suppose. I'm not yay or nay on it, honestly.
Really? Because you were kind of over the moon when we first talked about it.
I think it's good, but now that the hype is kind of worn off, it's good, but it's not of the Batman related IP recently. I still think Joker is by far and away the best version of it.
Okay, given how much, it's a good movie. Not going to deny that. But and pardon my French, but you've always been sucking the dick of that movie for a while now. So
Is it unjustified? Am I wrong? Am I wrong to do so? Am I incorrect to do so?
It's a good movie.
I don't think I am.
It's a good movie, but because of your aforementioned dick sucking, I do think you are a bit biased.
I mean, this is the problem with the Batman is that it is a story in progress, and we don't know how it shakes out yet.
That's completely fair, and I think also one of our biggest pet peeves with it, and I will agree to this, is that unfortunately it does not connect with James Gunn's The DCU.
Yeah, and I know Matt Reeves wanted it to be a standalone thing,
which sucks.
Yeah, but at some point, those in charge of DC should have either paid him enough to ease his conscience about it, or they should have pulled rank and insisted. Because I'm kind of sick of this whole Batman is off in his own little corner and doesn't connect to the rest of the DC universe bullshit. No, he's in a universe, and large parts of his mythos are related to the fact that he exists in the DC universe.
Right.
You're gonna have to be adults and deal with it, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Or at least in a sane world, you would be obliged to. But
that's funny, by the way, Giant Turtle. I get on you. However, I do like that they are expanding it with like the mini series or series that are coming out that give context in between the movies, which respect on that.
Okay, the circumstantial truth of that joke aside, I don't think that my love of 2019's Joker is in any way unjustifiable or
it's not justifiable. It's not unfounded.
Or overstated. So.
I'm just saying, you really, really get into it when you talk about that movie, and that's not a bad thing. I'm just pointing it out for comedic effect.
I know, but nevertheless, if we have to pick our battles, is anyone going to honestly tell me that I backed the wrong horse? Would anyone honestly tell me that there is a better movie within the Batman franchise that I should be riding the metaphoric dick of?
Well, but I also would somewhat disagree that I don't think, well, it has a groundedness to it in terms of the reality that it's in. Like, it feels tangible, real, right? That's how I would define grounded in this case. It does still have a fantastical nature to it. It's just, it's growing into that. And again, I do agree that can somewhat be an issue with the story in progress of those movies. That's fine. Anyway, this is the Penguin series, which obviously is like going to tell the rise of the Penguin, which was set up at the end of the movie. because usually when they do these kind of things that like cover certain eras of time between movies, specifically like comic book movies, they usually do comics. Like Marvel's done that with the MCU.
Mhm.
So I like that they're doing this more so.
Mhm. Although, in honesty, most of what gets covered in the Marvel like MCU tie-in comics, probably, in all honesty, could have easily just been part of a movie. They could have just extended the movie by like 20 minutes and it'd be fine.
I'm good, Jonah.
Anyway, so Bat Nana.
Uh, I'll read that in a moment, Dragon Turtle. We'll talk about that. All right, yeah, Bat Nana.
When I was a kid, there was a gangster, real old school type, Rex Calabrese.
Okay, so a few things. Love how it's still like it doesn't look like cheap imitation of the Batman movie. Like it looks just as good, like visually, as the movie.
Well, I believe Matt Reeves was directly involved in this.
No, yeah, he is. He is.
Correct.
And I'm just saying, like, usually when they do these kind of like, I don't know if it's, I don't know if you kind of qualify it as a spinoff or
A series.
yeah, a series. They usually try to go cheap a bit.
Yeah,
you know?
it's essentially the diet version.
Yeah, but I like how they're not doing that here. I respect that.
There seems to be a pretty solid continuity between them, which is another reason why,
Okay.
if they were smart, they would have tied this continuity into the larger continuity that they were trying to build. Because every time they forego the obviously correct answer, it blows up in their face.
All right. And also, Colin. No, it's
No, you're
Thank
right, Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell. I don't know why I thought the last name was Colin.
No, it's
Colin Farrell.
Colin
Thank you.
Farrell. Colin Farrell.
Always a win. Always a win.
Although I don't think he'll ever replace Danny DeVito as the Penguin in my heart.
To be fair, I never really got a Penguin in my generation.
That's true. Your generation probably would have been more appropriately the Nolan movies. So yeah, you didn't.
Well, I guess technically, the Batman cartoon from 2004 with
Yeah, Tom Kenny was the Penguin in that, and ended up stealing the. Did he steal the Green Lantern ring, or did he steal the Sinestro Corps ring? I can't remember.
Green Lantern.
That is what I thought, but I could have sworn it was a Sinestro ring, but never mind.
Right. Okay, so Giant Turtle still against you on that, Dalton. While I'm not against these connected multiverses and ongoing series, quite the opposite. There still needs to be room for small, self-contained stuff. And I agree.
But not with larger IP is the thing. Small self-contained stories should be contained to small self-contained IP.
So can I? Man,
in my opinion, anyway. Go ahead.
To be fair, I do think he needs to. I do think Giant Turtle needs to find the term of small self-contained story or stuff. But from what I'm gathering is, well, my preferred way would be is like the solo movies would be technically the small contained stories for the characters, like individuals, with some overlap of other things, like events that have happened for those characters, obviously.
What I resent about this piecemeal nonsense is that people will take a piece of a universe they like a Batman, and then they will section it off. So now there is a giant hole in the universe where there probably shouldn't be one. So that if anyone tries to, for example, let's say Matt Reeves was the only Batman that was allowed to be produced at this time, which by all rights, they probably should be, whether or not it's connected to the universe. That means that you would have to then build a version of the DC universe without Batman in it, or like the MCU did, have to build a Marvel universe without Spider-Man, the X-Men, or the Fantastic Four in it. And while it can be done, it's much harder to adapt a universe if all of the big seller names in it, all of the larger names in it are missing for some reason. It's one of the reasons why I will never fully get on board with the Fox X-Men franchise, because one, I never found the mutants to be the most interesting part of the MCU to begin with, which means that any universe that is restricted to just them is already handicapped for me. But two, that means that one of the largest IPs in the Marvel Universe is now not in the Marvel Universe because Fox owns the X-Men and not Disney. And I would rather I would it'd be like, for example, if someone decided for whatever reason, mostly probably because the 2004 sci-fi series failed, it would be like if someone took Butters from the Dresden Files universe and made solo movies based on Butters. Butters is an amazing character. He's awesome. Don't get me wrong. Holy Artificer, fuck yeah. Especially with the holy lightsaber blade and everything. But in absence of the larger universe he is a part of, he's kind of stupid. Some
Okay.
things belong together, and the larger the IP and or the universe that IP created, the more necessary to that universe
Okay.
that
So
IP is, and the more necessary that universe is to the IP.
okay. So Giant Turtle, by small and self-contained, I mean a lot of stuff. Things with no sequels, prequels, things in a wider universe but doesn't tie in, things that wrap up all the plots for the story, etc. I just hate when things are ham-fistedly forced into something bigger than they are.
And I hate when things are unnecessarily restricted from being as large as they can be because some people are too small-minded to get them there. That's why I say, if you want to do a small version of a story, make a small IP, make a off-brand version. I mean, hell, that's what the comics do anyway. When someone wants to tell a story with a Batman-like character, but they don't have rights to Batman because they're not writing for DC, or because DC's editorial won't let them write that Batman story because it doesn't make sense with the continuity of the character, something they should do more of rather than less of, because frankly, they've been way too loose with letting people write whatsoever stories they want to write with these characters, and it makes no fucking sense. They make a off-brand version of these universes or of these characters and play with those rather than forcing the IP itself to get smaller so that they can use it. If you want to tell a smaller, more self-contained story, make up a smaller, more self-contained IP, goddammit. Don't poison already existing IP. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah. Okay. Um. I mean, that can be said with every character, Dragon Turtle.
Right, but even when they're on their own, they're still in the universe they're in. They're not in their own little bubble. They're in their universe. They just happen to be having a smaller day. But what I take issue with, especially with cases like Matt Reeves or Christopher Nolan before him, is they wanted to use Batman and all the stuff connected to Batman, but only Batman. And so rather than just not pay attention to the other characters or not focus on them, they outright said, this Batman, it is in an alternate universe where there is no other Justice League, which is nonsense. You're in the DC universe, and whether you like it or not, that means you're in the DC universe. either make up your own off-brand Batman that can be in his own little universe, or get the fuck over it and play the cards that the IP deals you.
And while this is an interesting discussion, again, we do have something to continue with. So again, if you guys, to be fair, I cannot participate in this just simply because to be fair, I do think I'm in the middle ground of all this, to be fair. Anyway, shall we, Bat Nana?
We shouted Bat Nana.
I almost want to do the no, but I don't think I'll say it right and fuck it up.
Yeah.
Anyway, Bat Nana?
Bat Nana.
It's a big deal. He helped people. If you saw you on the street, call out to you. When I'm 14 or something, he has a heart attack and dies. Still holding a cigar. In my neighborhood.
I do like how, because there were some scenes in that were cut out for the Penguin, like one scene for the Batman. It technically didn't add much, but it gave a lot of characterization to him, like a little more in depth of him. So I'm fine with him, like, obviously seeing a little more here because it's his show. And I do like how he's comparing the. Honestly, this does feel like, as much as I'm not like the biggest fan of the Godfather films, this does feel like that in a kind of better way, I think.
More so, I think maybe Goodfellas or Seven rather than The Godfather. But in fairness, I don't think it's trying to necessarily be The Godfather. I think it's just trying to continue the aesthetic of the movie, which was very much sort of a pseudo David Fincher type thing.
Yeah. And also the story he's telling about how, that which, to be fair, was like very much like a classic gangster during like the golden age of crime in America and during like the 20s and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Which I find which kind of does it lend to a more timeless feeling here for the Batman universe, because they never really state a year that this universe is set in, like currently. I mean, there are like flat screens and things like that, but it does seem like there are other things that aren't like other. You know what I mean? Like, God, I'm sorry. I'm losing my train of thought here for some reason. Yeah, like the timelessness of Gotham. Gotham is always, well, it's hell on earth, effectively, in description.
Mm-hmm.
And hell itself is kind of an eternity. So Gotham exists throughout all space and time, I suppose. I don't know where I'm going with that, to be honest.
Well, it should be timeless, I think, is a better way of putting it.
Yeah.
Because putting it the other way kind of implies that it should have no identity at all, which is quite the opposite, I think, of what you were going for.
Yeah. I'm all for this, just because, like, the Penguin always, especially in the Batman universe. I mean, the Penguin's always been a fascinating character, to be honest. So I'm cool seeing like his like we're delving into his history, we're delving into his methodology, specifically this one, obviously, because while he feels like a more realized character, and often the Penguin never gets that.
Mm.
You know, either he's a joke or he's never he's never focused on, or he's just background, you know?
Mhm.
Which is why I kind of, fun fact for the DC Ruby universe I'm working on, like my fan fiction thing,
Mhm.
I make him a pretty big player in my Batman stories. Like he's like a combination of Don Don Carmine Falcone, not sure which one. And the Penguin, you know, mafia boss that runs a city deal, you know.
Yeah. And I guess this is a me bias thing, because when I think of the Penguin, I think of Danny DeVito's Penguin, which I never understood why the Penguin needed to be an ordinary mobster. Like I always preferred him to be a little bit more deformed and non-human, but I get that's they needed someone to stand in for the mafia boss, and the Penguin was
Well,
there to face the Penguin.
to be fair, he's like an excellent bridgeway of like the old crime that Batman originally started to fight to the more theatrical of villains. Like he was kind of like the first to bridge that gap because it's like a spectrum, right? You know, you got the criminals, like the crime families of Gotham,
The Black Mask, the I forget what the fuck his name was, that killed Huntress's family.
Yeah, Sionis, Roman Sionis.
Thank you.
But
yeah, there are those guys, but to me, they've never been the most interesting part of Batman's rogues, so I just sort of skipped them.
Well, yeah, you would.
I like my comic books to be comic booky. God damn it, sue me.
I'm just saying, like they're the bridge between like the fantastical, like the Jokers, the Scarecrows, the Riddlers, Man Bats, and like again what Gotham was before Batman showed up. You know,
have we ever gotten a Man Bat adaptation in live action? I feel like we really need to at some point.
Closest would have been the deleted scenes of Batman Forever, where it was part
Although
of.
someone please, for the love of God, do a better version of Bane before we get that far. While we're requesting things, like I really want someone to actually just do Bane already, because they've done Bane in all the ways you couldn't all the ways you could have possibly done Bane without ever doing Bane, and it annoys me.
Like here's the weirdest part to me: Bane is not a complicated character to get right.
No, he's a very simple character. They just don't do him for some reason. I don't get it.
He's like, I almost want to say he's an anti-Batman in a way, but that feels like a disservice to him.
I mean, in a sense, yeah, kind of, because it is a very much they have a similar set of skills, similar like trainings and backgrounds and things. But so far in live action, we've gotten two Banes in a live action setting. One where he was basically just Frankenstein's monster, basically just dumb muscle, and then the other where he was just Ra's al Ghul without being Ra's al Ghul. And I don't like.
No, I think it was an interesting idea to have Bane be part of the League of Shadows. I think that was actually really interesting.
And the idea of him going too far, even for Ra's, is interesting.
Never did.
They never did anything with it, and they completely like just short circuited his ex luchador, Venom addiction
They
thing,
made him
which is
South.
his
I believe
whole
they made,
freaking gimmick.
in the Dark Knight universe, they made him South African, which again would be interesting if they actually did anything with that.
But even so, it's just like, so you're gonna take this character whose 3 character traits are master tactician, ex-luchador, and addicted to a superhuman strength steroid venom type thing, and you're gonna remove basically all 3 of those. How is this still Bane then?
So, yeah, and so everyone who is don't give a brief summary, but I'm going off the knowledge I have retained from a video I watched years ago of Bane's origin, which is fucking nuts. It's comics, so he was born on an island called Santa Prisca. I think it was supposed to be an island nation, or was it just a prison island?
I don't remember.
Either way, he was born, and I don't know if it was his father disappeared or died, but he was forced to inherit his father's prison sentence. So he was basically born and raised in a prison. And throughout all that time, he trained his body to peak physical, because prison gyms and stuff like that. But not only that, he would read constantly, like all the books in the prison library. In some cases, yes, Bane is a merc, Dragon Turtle. He did all that through sheer will and his own development. Like, he didn't. It's why earlier I said that Bane was like an anti-Batman in a way. Well,
Yeah,
Bruce was all over. Okay, so let me
very
explain.
much the Dark Mirror aspect.
Yeah, just let me explain, please. While Bruce, one, was born free in a wealthy, in the United States, wealthy family.
Let's not beat around the bush. He had fuck you money.
Yeah, he traveled the world, gained a grander perspective of everything in order to learn. While Bane was confined to a prison, basically treated like shit his entire life. While Bruce, more or less, did make connections with people, even though he was driven by his mission and stuff. Besides the point. Bane was isolated, and did everything himself. He didn't have really mentors or anything in the prison. So, yeah, it's really like a lot of interesting parallels there. Now I'm saying them out loud.
Would make for an absolutely excellent counter to Batman in one of these movies, but for some reason, even though Bane should be very, very simple to get right,
and he
they do not.
And the yeah, there's like a major difference between them. Is like Bruce, for all the things, like even with the tragedy of his parents, he still had someone that cared for him. He had Alfred. He had a tether of humanity that kept him. And Bane, like that is kind of like the biggest difference between the two, I suppose, is Bruce has fought his entire life to keep his humanity, keep his heart, keep his soul, effectively.
Bane never really had the chance to have it in the first place.
Yeah. born in a cruel system, cruel world, and the guy just had to be cruel to survive. Which
Yeah,
I'm not saying excuses him.
unlike a lot of Batman's rogues, Bane never broke, but he was also never really forged in the first place.
Yeah. Um,
Like that Bane never broke because there was simply nothing there to break in the first place.
although the reason why he goes after Batman in the first place, while I could find interesting if it's adapted well, is somewhat silly in the original comics. Is that he was tormented by dreams of a giant bat while in his cell, and Batman, being Batman, kind of becomes the personification of his fear, of his, which
Yeah,
actually could be a
the
metaphor
whole
for.
I will defeat this giant bat, and then I will become fearless and uncorruptible. Blah 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 blah.
Which actually, now that I say it out loud, actually does sound really cool. It's just within the context of the comic, does sound silly. But then again, any concept can be serious if written well, or be taken seriously if written well.
I mean, speaking of the whole dark parallel thing, remember the bat dream sequence? I think it was in the Nolan movies, but it might be in the Snyderverse.
Yeah.
Imagine a version of that, but from Bane's perspective.
Mm,
Like if you really wanted to draw the dark parallel aspect, have them both have their, bat based fears or bat based dreams, and I'm in fucking hell. Bane is from, Mesoamerica or somewhere adjacent to it. Have you seen the fucking vampire bats they have down there?
I don't want to look them up because I actually plan on going to sleep after this. But yeah, it's
My point is that there are less cheesy ways to instill in young Bane a fear of bats, or a symbolism of bats as a symbol of
funny
fear,
enough. What's
that
the weird?
wouldn't
You know, the weirdest
that wouldn't be quite so cheesy.
The weirdest thing, the origin of Bane, like the actual true origin, actually could have worked a lot better for the Dark Knight universe because of in Batman Begins. It's shown Bruce had the fear of bats and stuff.
Hmm.
Why the fuck? Never mind. Okay.
Wasted potential, and Christopher Nolan being a moron.
Yeah, I think it is supposed to be an omen for him, Giant Turtle, because he said if he was doing the bat dream thing, I'd make him superstitious.
Well, I mean, okay, so let's say that Bane's fear of bats comes from the aforementioned fucked up vampire bats from South fucking America. Okay. And then he finds out by reading newspapers, because one assumes he would eventually have access to newspapers, even in prison, that a Batman exists. Well, here is Bane, this, absolute unit of a human being, seeing a physical embodiment in the form of a man of everything he's always feared, the one fear he could never possibly get over.
Oh wait,
So,
I have a little added to that. What if, while in his cell, like as he was young, because that's where a lot of formative stuff and trauma affects your personality and stuff down the line.
childhood issues. Everyone has childhood issues.
I mean, he was literally born in a prison, so. God damn it. Like the only thing from his prison cell window were just bats hanging there constantly.
Jonah, you swapped the O and the A around in my name, by the way. Just in case you didn't know. You spelled my name wrong.
And he, like every torturous thing that happens to him, both in his cell or in prison, he would be forced to see, he would always see the window, which is meant to represent freedom if he could break out of it, or the outside and all, right?
Mm-hmm.
But all he sees are the bats just hanging there watching him.
I mean, if we really wanted to ratchet up the intensity of this and have it actually like really fuck up the kid, which in this instance I don't see why we shouldn't, other than if this Vane ever finds his way to a multiversal portal, he'll beat the shit out of us. But that's neither here nor there. How run down is the prison that he gets shoved into? Mind you, that it would be in South America or whatever. What if his cell is like really, run down, and he finds the bats nesting not outside the window but in his fucking cell at night?
Yeah, that actually would be terrifying. Yeah. Again, it's weird how this origin wasn't just genuinely adapted in the Dark
Yeah,
Knight
why the fuck?
because
It's one of those. If two random assholes on the internet
okay,
come up with it in the space of about 5 minutes, why the fuck
consider
can't
this.
professional writers who make millions
Alright,
of dollars do it?
So consider this. In the first movie, Batman Begins, it's shown Bruce has a fear of bats, right? He got a fear of bats when he was a kid.
Yes.
And when he
Hence the
becomes
whole
Batman,
bat frightened me. I wanted to export that fear into other people blah thing.
just okay. I'm just saying, like, the fear of like Bruce used his fear to mold him into something, forge him into something more. Bane more or less is trying to conquer, not, I guess in a way they've both conquered their fear, but for Bane it's more so a sense of control, a sense of
If he becomes big enough, strong enough, and skilled enough, then nothing can hurt him. Basically.
Yeah, which is
in a way a very cowardly, insecure, bitchy way of handling something. But
yeah. Is making this too complicated. He's from the culture that sees the Virgin Mary in a dropped ice cream cone. He has a recurring drama of a bat killing him. That's why he goes after Batman. I mean, to be fair, that's just the general gist of his.
Okay, but here's the thing: he's not exactly raised in his culture. He's raised in prison,
which has its
and
own culture in and of itself.
Well, yes, and he's also a bookworm, so he's obviously like. While yes, a certain level of superstition, I can like you can use that to make his fear worse, but having the childhood trauma of he is a child in a rundown third world or very close to third world prison cell, and fucking Venezuelan vampire bats hang down in the rafters of his cell at night. That would not only provide a reason for him to do the thing, it might also give context to the superstition. If you're a child thrown into a stone cell, and the only company you have in that stone cell are the vampire bats who seep through the cracks at night, would you or would you not jump at any chance to research the symbolism and or superstition surrounding the bat? So it's not as much as the superstition is a variable, is a factor, but it doesn't need to be the primary factor. It can be, you can have the fear that is instilled in him at an early age from exposure to the vampire bats be the thing that drives him towards the superstition.
All right, that. Again, that's all fair, and we have gone so far off topic.
Dude, I think you might be misconstruing something. You can be engaged with religious and or religious things and or the supernatural without being superstitious. Superstition is specifically something that is allegedly irrational. Like
Um,
that like I'm not objecting to what you're saying about him being superstitious. I'm just saying, one, it doesn't need to be the only aspect, and honestly, I see it working better as a supplementary rather than primary issue.
also, let's be fair. I think all of us can just agree that if nothing else, Bane should be properly adapted instead of like properly adapted from like the actual comics.
Well, honestly, Bane is almost as bad as Doom in terms of the why the fuck don't they just actually adapt him already? Because
Yeah, that's
they
I'm
have
saying.
gone out of their way with regards to Doctor Doom in the same way of doing literally everything except adapting him properly.
Yeah, which is weird. I don't get that at all. But anyway, uh,
Yeah, I don't understand why they don't just adapt a proper Doctor Doom either. But that's granted. There's a lot of mysticism involved in doing Doctor Doom properly, and most people would look at that and say, "We there's already so much sci-fi in here. We don't have any. There's no room to add fantasy on top of it
so
for some reason." But whatever.
Banana.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Batnana.
They throw a parade in his honor. A freaking parade. It wasn't fancy, but it was a gesture. Show love for what he meant.
Sorry, I was engaged in that. Went a little over,
Mm-hmm.
but
Any commentary?
again, it's good. And again, we're really getting more in depth again because he's the titular character. In depth of like his whole.
How many episodes does this have, or will this have? Do we know?
I don't know. I can look it up real quick. But yeah, it looks all really good. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Eight.
Okay. That's not a terrible number. Although can we please return to the days where a half season is 13 episodes and a full season is like 22 to 24, please?
To be fair, they make them like this would probably be like an hour or so long each episode, which are basically movies.
I know, but it used to be that even hour long shows had a 13 to 22 like episode for like a half season or miniseries was 13 episodes. A full season was between 22 and 24 episodes. And I miss those days. I miss the days where people actually made a series for their series and not a mini series. And I'm all for giving things as many episodes as they need and blah 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 blah. But maybe it's because when I grew up and growing up on the 13 to 26 episode seasons, but
Yeah, you're just old.
I want more story for my story. I like if you can tell a story in 8 episodes that is not a season's arc, that is a singular that's a singular arc within a larger series, or at least it would be in my day when things were written to have multiple arcs within one season. I miss the days of multiple arcs in one season, god damn it.
Times have changed.
Well, it sucks. I hate it.
All right. Let me move this back a bit. Hopefully, I don't get any type of issue with going over like 9 seconds. Anyway, Batman.
Batman. Sorry, I was reading the chat.
What he meant. Can you imagine to be remembered like that?
I mean, to be fair, that's kind of always been Penguin's operandi, is to be. He's always been the weirdo and the freak and always ostracized over one thing or another with his life. And ultimately, again, then out of all of superheroes rogues galleries, Batman's rogues are always the most interesting because they're all. It's pretty evident that they are all so broken in some way. And
yeah, when you break a genius, lots of really fucked up shit can happen.
I wouldn't call.
Anyway, Batnana.
I was just gonna say, it's good. It's good that we're getting a lot of the character because argument could be made that Penguin wasn't utilized much. I mean, he served his purpose in the movies. I
mean, at least he was in the movie rather than being confined to a deleted scene like the frickin' Joker was.
I'm still of the
that scene should have been in the movie. God damn it! I maintain that.
I'm still of the mindset that I think it doesn't really change or affect much from the actual movie. It's not a bad scene. I like it. It's fine. I'm just saying, like, I personally I could take it either way.
I like it because it does something that I begged for them to do for a long time, which is make a version of the Joker who is kind of like Hannibal Lecter, and that is basically what Barry Keoghan was doing. Was what if the Joker was Hannibal Lecter? It also like it sets up a rapport between the Joker and Batman that we haven't seen since The Dark Knight, and I really liked it. And I would really love to have seen Barry Keoghan's Joker being set up in the first movie, and then be, if not in the sequel, at least have him be the capstone villain. Yeah.
All right. It's like 16 more seconds left, so
Batnana.
Okay, I thought we were gonna get a. It doesn't really give us all these states, so. So there might actually be one more thing that I was keeping hidden. This kind of my personal thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Well, it's just like a fan thing. I thought everyone should know about because it's really cool and it looks like a lot of work was put into it, and it's only like a minute or so long, so it's nothing too crazy. Give me 1 sec to set it up. Okay, so keeping on topic of Batman, this is a teaser or some type of promotional video for a animated short film that will be coming out whenever it comes out because it is an independent thing. Cold Message, a Batman Gotham Renegade story by, and I'm going to butcher this name, so if the guy who is making this movie or short film ever sees this, I am sorry. I do not do names well.
He really doesn't.
I can fuck up even the whitest of names. Ask my co-host.
He can.
All right, so this
took
is
him took him 3 months and me having to tell him for him to get my name right.
this is Ali Riza Fatahi. I'm fairly certain I've butchered that, and again, I am incredibly sorry.
Mm.
But yeah, I had seen some teasers of like in progress work of this. Looked good, and then I saw this come out a few weeks ago, like 3 weeks ago, it says. And I wanted to talk about it, but just never had the time. I think I had sent it on Twitter to, like, I DM'd it to Dalton, but we were always so busy with like other stuff. So
Mhm.
so finally we had found the moment, the time to do it. Now it's just 1 minute and 22 seconds long, which is good. This is made in Unreal Engine 5, so it does have a photorealistic, but also it looks cool. I wanted to talk about it, and I wanted to get more people interested in it. He's not doing a Kickstarter or anything. It's just, I think he's doing it by himself, possibly. I mean, he has voice actors and stuff, but I just respect.
Shall we bat Nana then?
Well, I just wanted to point this out. I think we both can agree we're always in support of like either independent or fan creations because they get it right a lot of times.
And more importantly, Hollywood, why the fuck would you not make use of the resources at your disposal? Namely, creatives like this who want to be doing a thing would actually probably pay you to let them do a thing, especially with your resources, and you don't end up using them. And in fact, think fans are the devil for some
All right.
reason.
Hold on. You know what? I'm going to get the volume up a little bit. So if anyone needs to adjust their volume on their end, maybe headphones or something, this might be a little louder than before. Okay. I'll give people like a minute to readjust if they need to readjust. But off rep, again, this is all made in like computer generation animation, and it looks this good. I'm sorry. I'm just always going to be impressed because I can never do this stuff because I know I'm not that great. I can direct, I can write and do stuff like that. But animation is a whole ballpark that I know I myself cannot do.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I respect a lot of people who do this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I hope everyone. Yep. That no.
Forget about your oath, your promise to Gotham.
Like it's photorealistic, but also still stylized, you know?
Mm-hmm. Which, if he can do this with a glorified video game engine, which is what Unreal Engine 5 is,
yeah.
Imagine what he could do with actual resources.
Like, look at that bird. You can see all the fucking feathers on it. This must have taken. No wonder it said that it's coming out whenever it's ready or not soon. I believe was the actual teaser.
Yeah,
said.
but point being, if he can do this with what little scraps you can get for free or for a reasonable price, and basically all of his free time. What could he have accomplished with actual resources and Hollywood's actual financial backing? It's a shame we will never know because Hollywood has its head so far up its ass it's coming out of its own mouth.
Right. And also, I'm sorry, it's just like I'm sorry I'm geeking out here, but it warrants it, I think. You could, because since it's animated, every detail is painstakingly made for a purpose. You're not wrong, I suppose, Strange Turtle. To be fair,
Yeah,
a lot of
but
people use Unreal Engine 5 has been used a lot in short filmmaking. Like look on YouTube. There's like a lot.
No. But my point is that imagine if the resources that Warner Brothers are inevitably going to blow on their next DCEU project will put into something like this. Or imagine if someone like this was tasked with doing a Batman story.
Is this kind of the Batman equivalent of Astartes? Maybe we'll have to wait and see for the actual full. I don't know if it's going to be a full film or a short film. Either way, I feel like to give that equivalent with this, it's good, but the storytelling and the writing and all that, even though like the Astartes didn't really, have a lot of talking or talking at all. I feel like this certainly is on par with it. Just have to wait until we get the full product to say it's the equivalent of, I would say. Just to say, if you go with photorealistic or realistic styles, you are going to be waiting at least 5 years from the basic PCs we have now that are not chained at most. Fair enough. I'm used to waiting for stuff that is good, so. Also, a lot of people use Unreal Engine 5 for Hollywood work. They even use Blender as well and other apps that are not for cinema. Yeah,
that's really stupid.
It is better to do a stylistic look for CG to render it faster for the movies.
Well, stylization is something that Hollywood needs more of, just period. Because for some reason we have decided that stylization is for morons, and I don't know when we decided that, but whoever decided that should be shot in the head.
All right. Also, the voice actor doing pretty good. Sells like the kind of dreadful tone of this because I mean it's called Cold Message.
Anyway, Batnana.
Yeah, give me one sec. All right. Tab. Leggy. Come on. There we go. Oh. All right. There. Okay. There we go.
It was never meant to last. The years have made you tired, but you know I'll never rest.
The lighting, everything, again, it's just, again, every detail in one shot both took a lot of rendering time and just painstakingly hard work that, again, you gotta respect.
Meanwhile, Warner Brothers, with all their, multiple hundreds of millions of dollars, took 10 years to even possibly start getting shit right. And that might not even be true in it depends on how the Gunverse goes. But you know that Man of Steel came out in 2013, right? That basically means that Warner Brothers spent an entire 10-year period floundering.
Right. Also, I want to point this out because I looked this up myself. He has a video of it, like the full theme of Gotham Renegade. He has his own soundtrack composed for this short film. Trust me, it is not stupid. It is not. It is a lot better to look beyond the basic stuff. Also, the cinema apps for CGI, you have to pay a sub of 10,000 per year and pay 500 to 5K for assets for it.
Well, unfortunately, Hollywood has the money, so why the fuck don't they use like this is one of the other anal retentive problems I have with Hollywood. They have more tools and toys than they ever have before, and yet they seem increasingly more and more reticent to ever actually use it, and it pisses me off. Why don't you use the tools that are at your disposal, given that you have more tools at your disposal than literally any generation of directors, writers, or otherwise, cinema makers in the entirety of human history and then some. You have every tool at your disposal and a nigh on bottomless checkbook, and you can't bring yourself to use any of it to an effect that results in people actually liking your material for some reason.
But also,
Yeah.
I also want to mention the stories are, again, within 40 seconds of this trailer, or whatever you want to call it, short or something. I don't know. We're already getting like an engaging conflict between the hero Batman and the villain. I'm not going to spoil who that is. If you've already guessed who it is, don't spoil it.
I sort of want to guess Hush because my first thought was the Joker, but that probably isn't right.
No. But it's not Hush either. Again, I'm not going to spoil it. But you get an engaging, you get the set of the tone, you get engaging conflict already being set up, and again, that's all established in 40 seconds of it, and that's impressive. As often for actual official trailers, it does take a little longer to set a few things up. I don't think you're going to change his mind on this, Jonah Arts.
Hollywood has more tools and more toys than they ever have, and yet they are pathologically addicted to not using them. And I don't get it.
Okay, no, I looked into all of these, and yeah, it is absurd and annoying as that can go with a lot more of the areas to help speed up production and help the team.
You have the tools, you have the toys, you have more bells and whistles and bloody Rube Goldberg machines of fine, ticker tape than you ever have. And yet you use something that I probably could download on my phone if I bothered to.
Photorealistic is overrated anyway.
This is true, as I say, stylization
again
is a thing that we need more of, and every time I see a Christopher Nolan or Denis Villeneuve movie, my eyes fucking bleed for the lack of stylization in it.
Right.
But
and while I don't disagree. And yeah, it usually ages badly, though eventually we will reach to the point where the human eye can't tell the difference, and that might stop then. But while I agree overall with you guys, I do think, again, trying to keep track on this specific project here, I think it works right because it's photorealistic in the sense that it feels real, but it's also being stylized in a way that it's not becoming uncanny valley. If that makes sense.
That, and someone is actually using the meager tools that they have to actually do something. Unlike Hollywood, who, despite having all the tools they could ever want at their disposal, usually actively choose to make use of none of them.
Right.
I don't get it.
Anyway, shall we bat Nana?
We shall bat Nana.
It's never polite to keep your parents waiting. That's where you belong, with the rest of the Waynes. I'll give you the proper end you so deserve. Consider it as a gift.
Oh wait, is that Joe Chill?
Nope.
I'm
You'll
stumped.
you'll see in a second. But if that okay, I assume the guy who's making this wrote that. And not only did the voice actor deliver those lines are fucking badass. Like they are such
it's almost like you have resources you're not tapping into, both in terms of technology and in terms of talent, Hollywood.
Like, okay, I'm sorry, but like just the line of it's hold on. Trying to find the line. It's never polite to keep your parents waiting. As it's shown that the villain, who is speaking, I presume, is putting roses, one for Martha, one for Thomas, and then one in the middle for Bruce, because he's going to. Just the direction of this, the writing, everything is fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I know what you're gonna say. Then why? I get it.
Then why aren't they being courted by Hollywood? Oh wait, because they're all fucking morons who have at the slightest clue of how to use any of the tools they have, be it in the form of technology, as I've railed on for the last 20 minutes, but also the talent that they easily could make use of if they didn't hate the fan base's guts for some inexplicable reason.
Are they one of those must be live action people, or just dislike what they did with it? Oh, sorry, I forgot to misread. Jonah Arts, I am in a server where a guy hates the stylized look of Into the Spider-Verse, and that is only 12 or 24 frames per second, and not the fully 100,000 frames per second that it has to be. Okay, that's a bit much.
Okay, that's stupid for multiple reasons. One, again, stylization is something that is pathetically absent from most of Hollywood blockbusters. And two, frankly, that level of stylization wouldn't even be out of place in live action. Why the fuck is someone claiming that it's out of place in animation?
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to figure out how the fuck 100,000 frames per second shot would look like, because that sounds insane.
I'm not even sure your eyes could keep up with it at that point.
No, that's they hate it because it's not photorealistic and running 100 frames per second for each scene, and hates the comic filter they handmade and hand drawn over the CGI. Motherfucker. Okay, whatever.
Again, photorealism is not synonymous with intellectual or serious or valid. For the love of all the things, stylization is good for you. It is healthy. Make use of it.
But also, I love that this is somewhat of a choice desaturation I've just noticed with it. Like, it's colorful, but there are like it's comic wise, like how sometimes only a certain color is more vibrant or visual.
Yeah, you'll get pulled. You'll get focus pulled on a specific thing because there will be some color on it, whereas
like
most things are black and white.
Yeah, like the snow here is obviously very like it's very white, but it's also like a saturated white kind of.
And then the glove is like this black brown color, so it
the thing
makes
that pulls you in. This
a contrast with the rose
yeah.
heads. Yep. Anyway,
it's like
shall we? Sorry.
yeah, we got like 22 seconds left. So,
Yeah, Bet Nana.
but again, dude, I do wish the movies, like the actual legit movies, would.
Yeah. Why aren't they being hired? Why aren't they using the tools to their peak effectiveness, etc.?
I just wish they had a.
Which okay, I will give it. I will give and take away something from Hollywood here. Some of the reason why the CGI looks like absolute shit in most blockbuster movies they make is because a lot of CGI artists live and work in basically sweatshop conditions. So, on the one hand, things could look good if they gave these people the actual time to make these things correctly. But two, even within the context of, it's rushed out at the last second by people working in sweatshop conditions, they still don't make use of it well enough. So even in the context of you probably shouldn't treat your CGI artists like slave labor, you're still not making the best or most effective use of anything, despite having all the things.
Right.
Moving on.
Yeah. All right. Batnana.
Batman.
As a gift.
Okay, if it were a snake, it would have bit me. Obviously, Mr. Freeze. Duh.
Deathstroke.
What? But okay, that confused.
I think Cold Mess. I don't think Cold Mess is a reference to Mr. Freeze. I think that it's just the message of the cold, like the cold demeanor of it, and like how it, like just the whole over. You know what I mean? The message itself.
Mm.
But yeah, Deathstroke, and I do like the design here because it looks Arkham Origin-ish, but half of his mask looks like it's a skull, which could somewhat be a reference to, his Deathstroke the Terminator thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be fully honest, because of seeing this, it almost like this whole thing kind of makes me feel like this would have been Ben Affleck's Batman movie, and it sucks they never got to make that.
Mm-hmm.
Because Deathstroke was supposed to be the main villain there too.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, so that would be the end of the of the stream.
Okay. When did Slade find out about Batman's identity? It's I don't know if in comics he's ever found out. Though DCEU set it up that he knew. Lex Luthor told him Batman's identity.
Mm-hmm.
Though this, I will make sure this is well known, not well known, but clarification. This is not connected to the DCEU or fan continuation. It's like someone's own thing, and the lore in there might be different because there are certain interpretations of Slade Wilson that were once part of the League of Assassins and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that one, to be honest. Yeah, Jonah. It depends on the continuity. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's actually after midnight. This is the first time we've gone until after midnight in a while.
Yeah. So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Shalom and fuck off.